And I was shown that that Lucifer would return, that the UN and the Vatican were going to be completely behind it, again, under false pretenses. He's going to show up and say, I'm here to save the day, right? And, okay, fine, you know.
Yeah, of course,
ahead,
you can say whatever you want. But I've always hated censorship. It's the internet.
Sometimes, you know, once they get you for your first love bite, well, it depends on how aware you are, right?
I forgot my bullets. I never had a gun. Here I am left standing. Am I the only one? For what I see, memories have guilted me. I'll never see the sun.
First of all, as you know, the Anunnaki and the Draco are enemies. Second of all, underneath Baghdad was a stargate that was created by the Anunnaki so that they could transfer from Jupiter to the Earth.
I'll never see the sun. I could just end it all, but the demons will have won.
Practitioners that, you know, some are good and some use their magic for good and to heal and to help, and others do use it for evil. And, you know, in some cases, you know, people really were
This is too much sometimes. From the broken ruins of Babylon, this is End of Days Radio. I'm your host, Daniel, broadcasting to you from that shimmering Emerald City right here in the heart of the Pacific Northwest. The truth capital. Not really. But with me here, who knows? Today's date is Friday, January 26th, 2024, the year of our Lord 2024. Oh my, I'm so friggin' excited. So happy to see everybody here. There's so much going on, so much to discuss. Today's guest is, you know what? I'm not seeing today's guest. I did message him a while ago and I did not get any response, which is never a good sign. It was somebody that reached out and requested to be on. Don't worry. I won't throw my usual temper tantrum when the guest doesn't show up. I will just cry inside. No video? What do you mean no video? There should be video. Is anybody else not getting video? Can you see me? Oh, other people are saying they can't see me. What? What's going on? This is not good. Let's see. I can see me. Let me try. What do you guys see? Oh man, how annoying. I guess I have to go over here and screw around with things. I'm glad you can at least hear me. No video. How annoying. Why? Sure enough. No video. Sure enough, it's black. Why? The annoying part is that I can see me. I do not know what the issue is. I apologize. Something weird. let's see if I can bring somebody else on and see if we can see their video. Probably
Yeah, I can
won't.
see me. I can see my video. I can see my picture.
I can see you too. Apparently, people that are watching can't see, which sucks. I don't know why that would be. How freaking annoying. What do I got to do here?
Want to shut down and start back over?
Could try it.
Yeah, that's always a good practice.
Come on, work, you damn thing. Work. Talk about a buzzkill. Let's try some different things, I guess. Let's see if I stop my camera, if it'll just show the little symbol thing. I guess you guys don't have to see me. There's not a whole lot to see, just a guy. Might just have to do it without camera. I don't know. I wonder if I like unplug my camera and plug it back in. So you guys can see my symbol thing, but you can't see me. Everybody's waiting. The whole world is waiting. And here I am struggling. Well, hey, at least I could see my little symbol guy. Huge bummer. I'm not sure why this isn't working. Let's bring on Clint.
How's it going?
Hey,
Yeah, the technical difficulties really got me
depressed.
Shit. Ah, damn it.
I don't know what the problem is.
So I was damn, this thing is retarded. There we go. Yeah, I was doing a lot of research about a lot of stuff recently since I was on that show last week. Dang, that's a bummer. Your camera doesn't work.
Yeah, I'm gonna keep screwing with it as the program goes on.
Oh yeah, I'm just sorting slideshow pictures. What was the topic of discussion tonight?
Well, we were gonna have a guest, and the guest didn't show up, and now my camera's not working, so basically everything's fucked. If that makes sense.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I mean, I can see me, but it's not working. I don't get it. It's so frustrating.
Huh, that's weird. I wonder if I'm
gonna try like different browsers and all kinds of stuff.
Yeah, that's weird. I wonder if did you check your settings on the website here?
Yeah. Like that stuff's all correct.
Oh, that's definitely weird. Let me see. I can see if Jamie wants to come on the podcast.
We should probably bring her on when my camera's working, and then we can give her the full, the full experience.
Oh yeah, I was doing a lot of research of the supernatural side of the occult, like the pan type stuff, where it was definitely leading to some crazy rabbit holes with this book I've been reading, the Mystery of the Cathedral by Fulcanelli, and it's in the book it shows see, it's got this it keeps alluding to this crow, and if you notice there's a sphinx in the background, but it alludes to the crow, and then it says that the crow is pointing at the symbolic philosopher's stone on a pillar in the cathedral, and it's just like blowing my mind because then when I was looking up, I came into this weird crossroads where the word pan in Greek, when I was searching for it on the Google images, I found an Ouroboros with I think I sent you the picture, right?
I believe so.
Yeah, the Ouroboros had the word pan in it, and basically the research was basically stating that there's an Ouroboros with those three words inside of it on a pillar in the cathedral, or a parallel symbol that, because it's really bizarre. I mean, because this Fulcanelli book, it's like nobody knows who Fulcanelli was, and like it's like it was in France, and the guy was the whole book is about the imagery of the imagery of the cathedrals. Damn it. And that it's like the symbols in the cathedrals themselves was alchemy, but it was just highly concealed or camouflaged, and that the it's just crazy. It's like but so in the Egyptian, Pan was synonymous with this Chem god, who I'm sure you've heard the word Chem for like Egypt, and the Chem as in damn it, I forget the other Greek name, but Min in Egypt was basically, long story short, Min in Egypt was Pan, and Min was Chem, and that Chem is where the word alchemy comes from. And then if you think about it, it's like so Chem is Pan, aka alchemy, and the whole system, every system in different cultures it's this generic base symbolic system. It's always in the cultures, religions, through the pantheon. And then if you look at the word pantheon, I mean, it's so obvious, but I mean, technically the word pantheon wasn't brought about until like the
never
60s.
made that connection before. That's interesting.
Yeah, because pantheon is Greek for pan and God, and it's like what the fuck? They named the fucking type of religion with multiple gods the name for, so it's like it's like with that quote with Eliphaz Levi, where he's like talking about, he's naming off all these different religions and their symbols and stuff, and he's like, it's all carefully concealed within the damn it, all my books fell. It's all carefully concealed within the allegory, rites, teachings, signs, symbols, and passwords, of each of the secret societies. The ceremonies, all the secret societies found indications of a doctrine which is everywhere the same and everywhere carefully concealed. And
he's
that
the guy that did the Baphomet.
Yeah, Eliphaz Levi. Yeah, he was. He's heavily quoted by both Albert Pike and Helena Blavatsky, and according to Albert Pike, Pan is the brother of Lucifer, and so it's leading this weird rabbit hole where who's the brother of Min and who's the brother of Chem, those two Egyptian gods. Well, the one's but then it was a weird connection with Moses and Min, where you know how Moses has the ram horns. Well,
those are some weird pictures.
Yeah, well, I'm pretty sure that's because Moses was another symbol for Pan, and and then Min in the Egyptian wears. It's like Jordan Maxwell points out. Min is wearing the two tablets on his head. You know how the Egyptian gods always wear something on their head. You know, like there's a scarab one, there's all sorts of ones, but this one, Min in particularly, has a giant, two tablets on his head, like the 10 Commandments, 2 tablets, and fucking it's like he's a ram god basically, and that it's just crazy. It's like blowing my mind. This is why I don't trust Old Testament stuff. It's like Old Testament is like I think Old Testament was the New Testament was against Old Testament because I don't know, it's weird. It's like the Jesus crew, they were all Jewish people, but I think they were like, on a path to abandoning their Jewish religion, and that because I think maybe they realized it was, or it's hard to say, the whole thing about the Gnosticism. I mean, you know how G in Freemasonry also means Gnosticism, right? Oh shit, you disappeared. Well, G in Freemasonry also means Gnosticism, which it's hard to explain the etymology stuff of it, leading to the Greek delta and the Greek what is that letter? It's the letter for the letter in Greek is symbolized by now it's working. The letter in Greek is symbolized by an asp, like a snake, and that the symbol of the the pan symbol leading to the Ouroboros. I mean, it's like bringing all this weird shit together where, I don't think I would have ever came across it unless, damn, my nose is running like crazy. Unless that, my friend would have never mentioned the pan thing. And I forget what even the original, just the idea of digging into the whole pan thing.
You know what's interesting though?
Oh, Gimel, yep. Yeah, third letter.
Yeah,
you guys hear me?
I think
You hear me?
and the ninja need to be friends. But the whole research, it's crazy. It's like they're bringing out this okay, so like in the Blavatsky says specifically, she's like, oh, this fire of Pan, the fire on the altar of Pan is, and she names off like 20 different things. I sent you the link or the picture of the book where it's like it's like the fire of Apollo and all these other different things were the same symbol as the fire of Pan, which was, also symbolized by the inner part of the Ouroboros. Damn, it's not where's it at?
You want your slideshow up?
Yeah, you can show it real quick. I'm just need to sort it by date because it's I mean, this is just a small part because I've been slowly sorting it into like 10 different folders. I've got like the occult folder, but see, here's the symbol that it was showing. I can't remember what language that is, but the third damn it, did it freeze?
I think it's okay.
Damn it, it's not
Can you guys hear me well?
Yeah.
That's weird. It's not showing the picture when I open
good.
it.
Hey Clint.
Yeah, I'll
Miss
just make
Eastwood.
this bigger. Yeah, I can hear you.
Miss Eastwood, I want to share something with you.
Damn,
you're kind of right about like Christ kind of rebelling against like the traditional kind of Jewish doctrine. There's this part in the Bible where he talks about, you cannot put like new old wine in a new wineskin, for surely the new wine would burst the old skin. There's that talk, and then you also have you can't patch, an old garment with new cloth. because the new cloth begin to pull away from the old garment. So it's kind of because Christ is coming in and he is kind of altering the Christian religion a bit, right? Because he's coming in now and saying you don't have to go to the priest. You kind of become your priest yourself. He's the one that teaches like heaven's within. Your body's the temple. You get where I'm coming from?
Oh,
Now
yeah.
you can
Well,
come to me directly.
I think that
you
was.
know, you can accept me as your personal savior. You know, I'm the ultimate sacrifice. So Christ did come to kind of like sort of like get rid of the priestly caste and level the playing field, basically. Because that's why and that's why they kind of talk about Christ kind of being like a political figure too, in the sense, you know, that he comes and he kind of levels the playing field for the common man. Because Christ is constantly pointing out the injustices in the Christian Bible, right? Where he goes into like he turns over the money changer chairs. He talks about tax dollars. He kind of advocates something that sounds like a separation of church and state, where he talks about, you know, give unto Caesar what is Caesar's and give unto God what is God, you know. So, you know,
Yeah.
and just like anything, I mean, motherfuckers kill you over money. And that's probably the main reason why they killed him, over some motherfucking money. But that's just my 2 cents.
Yeah, there's something to that.
Oh, yeah,
because there's something called the sorry to interrupt. There's something called the Roman Hebrew War. It might have a more specific name, but basically these are actually historically documented wars between Israel and Rome about taxes. And that's when a lot of people think that Christ probably existed when these things were happening, because there is that phrase that you mentioned, Dr. Robert, give to Caesar what is Caesar's. And there's a reason why he was talking that way, is because there's all this conflict around the whole taxation thing. It's kind of like the American Revolution. These guys come in, they take over, and why do they do that? It's because they want us to pay them taxes or take our people and use them for military troops.
Oh yeah, the whole Roman Empire's always been about simply endless war.
You got to keep in mind too, there was controversy in the Jewish ranks too, because a lot of Jews at the time didn't think Christ was the Messiah. A lot of them thought Barnabas was.
Oh yeah,
you know,
well,
because
plus there was a wasn't
Barnabas was the one when they had released instead of Christ.
You mean
remember
Barabbas?
Because Barnabas, you can say Barabbas, some say Barnabas. The gospel, Barabbas, obviously. Yeah.
Was that the Old Testament guy that like died in the canyon, and he was like the Native American equivalent of
No. But Barabbas basically when Jesus came before Pontius Pilate, right? Because even though like the Romans are not Christian, the pagans still have some of the same moral codes, like charity, justice, honesty. You know, so when Pontius is kind of looking at Christ, and he's kind of like doing an interrogation of Christ, and he's trying to get to the bottom of the truth, right? He kind of detects that, you know, this is a kangaroo court and Christ is actually innocent, right? So he tries to give the Jewish community the opportunity to save face, basically. So he basically, you know, it's our holiday, and isn't it that on our holiday we free a prisoner and we grant him kind of like, you know, we grant him grace and we let him go. And instead of picking Christ, Barabbas, send us Barabbas, you know, or Barnabas, whatever they say, basically. So like, but a lot of people thought that guy was the Messiah, because in the Jewish world, the Messiah is like, you know, he's coming to bring wrath. He's a warrior. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly. I'm just gonna take the guys off for a second, let Clint kind of have a second to get his slideshow together. I kind of threw him on here because I was like scrambling a bit. But yeah, you know, one funny thing about that is that Barabbas, I didn't know you could call him Barnabas. Learn something new every day. Love it. But his name was Jesus, right? His name was Jesus Barnabas. It wasn't just Barnabas, it was Jesus. There were 2 Jesuses at least.
Mm-hmm. That makes sense because you know, you would think they would. I mean, at that time too, when you don't have like, you know, electronics and shit like that, and you know, everything is kind of word of mouth and ships, man. I can see a lot of people impersonating Jesus at the time, if he's as famous as he say he is, performing miracles, walking on water, feeding the hundreds of thousands from bread a loaf and a few fish. You know what I mean? So I'm pretty sure there was a lot of imposters back then. That's why you have the phrase antichrist, right? The antichrist is an imposter, right?
Yes, absolutely.
Impersonating Christ, right? So it's a lot. So, and even the Bible, man, they talk of many antichrist, Yeah, antichrist to me is anybody who uses the name of God for their own personal gain is an antichrist. Spirituality to manipulate people for selfish ends, like for sex, or for money, big houses, and those type of things. So that's why, like when somebody, so that's why, you have to see if somebody's being Christ-like, because a lot of people mistake the word for the actual action. And that's why we always fall prey. And we don't realize that like speech is more than words. It's body language. You get where I'm coming from? It's tonality. Sure. So it's, so it's just more than just this acoustical blast, coming out of your mouth and shit like that. And that's what a lot of people forget. So a lot of times, man, you got to watch the actions. The Bible literally telling you judge a person by the works they do. Faith without works is useless, right? Because if you have faith, if you believe, right, then you're acting in ways, right, that reflect the belief you have. So if you believe you have to be charitable and live like Christ in order to make it to the place you want to go to, call it heaven, paradise, whatever the hell you want to call it, right? Then you have to have a life that mirrors Christ. That's why I constantly tell the audience, like Christianity is not really Christianity. Yeah, it's a belief, but it's also a spiritual practice. That's why Jesus says, I'm the way, the truth, and the life. No one gets to the Father but through me, right? So
yeah,
basically,
there's
like
also the fact
arts,
that,
right?
Yeah, there's also the fact that, it might not be a fact. It might be more of like a theory. What you're saying about the Antichrist. Well, it could also be seen as a current, right? So you have the world as it is, and then you have Christ being inserted into this dimension, which is going to just mix everything up, right? Because he's coming with the truth, etc., which is contradictory to the way of the world. And then the world has to come up with some way to counter it. And by world, I'm not sure what I mean by that. Maybe it's the devil, maybe it's evil, whatever. But
it's the word, actually. Remember,
yeah,
because like when you read the Bible, right, like there's like the two swords. He has two. When the Revelation describes Christ coming back, like the war Christ. You know what I mean? Like the Archangel Michael, right? Because Christ really is the Archangel Michael. Right? That's really the second coming, right? And he's coming back in his true form, right? His warrior form, right? That's why you have the symbol of Michael on Satan's back with a sword coming around there. Like, remember, these are metaphors too. So that's Christ coming down to get rid of evil, to destroy evil, basically. And that current basically is the words. The words are vibration, right? So when Christ comes here with the truth, right? Like describes as like two double-edged swords coming out of his mouth. That was his tongue, and his eyes were red, right? So that word, those vibrations of truth, right? That's what caused a ripple in the ocean or fabric of the universe, basically. Just like when you do bad things, that's your karma. You disturb the ripple of the pond, right? And now you have to. So now the universe has to balance itself to regain its equilibrium. And how it balances, right, is giving back to you the energy you put into disrupting that universal energy or harmony, basically.
yeah, exactly. So you have the Christ current, and then you have this, like I was talking about last week, this Antichrist current. Not that I put it that way, but basically Christ came and he was doing a lot of good things, and then this other character shows up who is actually one of his followers at first, Judas Iscariot, the man of perdition, and he's following Christ. Then he betrays him for a little bit of gold and thus kills him. He literally murdered God, or he murdered God's son. And supposedly that's what's going to happen again soon, where Jesus is coming back. But before then, Judas is coming back, and he's going to literally reincarnate into a human shell or a human form, and he's going to make a lot of trouble until Christ comes, and he uses the word, which is like you said, like vibration, and he's going to kill Judas with the word. He's just going to say something, and Judas is going to be like, no. It's going to be like the Matrix when Neo, he kills Agent Smith.
You know,
What's
it's
the
interesting
Matrix?
you say that, and I'll tell you why. Because it kind of sounds like Nietzsche's doctrine of eternal return. Are you familiar with that?
No, tell us more.
Or like eternal return based, like Nietzsche believes that, like the universe stops and it starts all over again. So like Nietzsche kind of has like this, and that's very simplistic. My philosophy kind of rusty, but he does have a good way to explain it is to use like this parable he gives. He gives kind of like this parable, and it's kind of like a way to test how you really feel about your life, basically. And I think I shared this with you before. So Nietzsche asked, what if a demon came to you, all-powerful demon who didn't lie, who knew everything that would ever happen in the universe, right? And he looks you in the eye and he says, Daniel, this life that you live is the life you'll have to live for the rest of your life, for eternity. You just won't remember. It'll just start all over again. Like as soon as you die, it just starts all over again. And you live the exact same life over and over and over again, but you just don't remember it, right?
Yeah.
Now, if you hated your life, that would make you depressed, right? You'll feel bad, right? Like, damn, man, I gotta live this sucky life all over again. Can't get out. Even though I kill myself, I gotta live the same life that made me kill myself all over again. That would feel like a sucky, right? But if you were a higher type of individual, like a positive-minded individual, right, who was able to meet challenges, you not cry about them, not worry, keep pushing through things, you would look the demon in the eye and you'll laugh and you go, fuck yeah. I can only conceive of a motherfucking heaven where I live the exact same fucking life. And that's a life affirming statement, right? And that's what Christianity is supposed to be about. That's what life is supposed to be about. Like life wants to affirm itself. It wants to create. It wants to harmonize. It wants to create order, right? Not chaos, right? But in order to do that, right, and do it correctly, right, you have to have a purified soul, a heart of gold. You have to be pure-hearted. At that point, man, because according to Nietzsche, life is just an artistic expression. We're manifestors. We create. That's sublimation.
It's funny how a lot of people have this idea of Nietzsche, like he's just like this cold-hearted dude, but he actually gets into some very keen philosophic stuff. I think you'd probably have to actually read his works to really know. We'll get back to you in a moment, Dr. Robert. Let's go ahead and say hi to Jin. Jin, are you with us?
Hey, Daniel. How are you doing?
Hey, doing great. Good to hear from you.
Well, thank you so much for inviting me on. And obviously, I will shout out Clint and Dr. Robert because, we're all kind of a team in a way.
Absolutely. We're the Avengers.
Yeah, 100%. I love what you guys are talking about. I think the Christ current, I think that's very... I don't know if you were, I'm not trying to call you out, Daniel, but I don't know if it's a very contemporary occult term to think of things as currents. Maybe it's not that contemporary, but it's in the contemporary kind of occult zeitgeist to think of the different kinds of frameworks as currents. So I personally love that. I think that that's a great way to understand like Christ, not just as like an archetype or even an allegory, but maybe a path on the perennial tree. And so I think you guys were on fire. That's all.
Yeah, I mean, with me, I've shifted over the years, and I go back and forth a lot. One moment for me, Christ is God. He's just it. There's no others. And then at other times, it's like, wait, there were these other guys that came, Krishna, Zoroaster, probably a lot of ones that I don't know about. Going back into like pre-flood, etc. That had similar things to say, and I have to wonder if it's more like Indian mythology or religion. I guess it's more religion than mythology. With the gods coming in the form of avatars every cycle or something of that nature.
I mean, when I was on the show last time, I think that we discussed this. It seems to be a cyclical
Definitely.
kind of thing, and the cycle does change. So right now we're in the Pluto Aquarius conjunction. That's very, very important, and especially in like a tantric and Vedic astrology, like very, very significant. And the U.S. just entered into its Pluto return. I think late last year. So that's also extremely significant, and it matches a lot what's going on. I think that the avatars do change per the yugas. If we're looking at it more in a Vaishnava kind of framework, which is the focus on Vishnu and his many avatars. He has 22 avatars, and he has an upcoming avatar called the Kalki, who rides a white horse, and he's a swordsman kind of figure. So he's a worldly hero. So when Vishnu appears in the world, he's always a worldly hero, like a person who can live and who dies. And all his avatars die. And so that's very interesting, especially because I'm Buddhist, that we consider not the Vishnu avatar to be the most important. And he's sort of the outer density. Like if you want to think of it more in a Kabbalistic way, the 7 layers of the Sephirah, and then you have the Vishnu would be just at one of the outer densities, maybe the 3rd layer. So I think there's something really interesting there. I also think that there's like other things that happen. I think there are not just astrological alignments and planetary names. I think that there also are maybe metaphysical things that are also happening, and maybe it's all internal. Maybe it's just all like a way to understand things that are happening inside of us. I'm fine with it being conceptual or like a deeper kind of like astro-theological layer. I think that there's totally room for all 3 kinds of understanding. So what else? I also think that there's also the Christ. I like him at death. I like him as this kind of arbiter of knowledge, as a kind of cork. I've heard him described in the wine bottle to the abyss, which is not necessarily a bad thing. And people might think that that's a bad thing, but it's really not. It's really him offering because if we're standing on Malkuth, we're looking up through Yesod, just like Dr. Robert was describing, kind of this vibrational element. That's exactly what happens at Yesod. It's the vibrations of the lower kinds of senses, the feelings, our perceptions, but not necessarily, we're not recognizing what it is, but we're hearing it maybe, and kind of discerning the different things. And then we see the light at Tipperith, which it's just the physical light. It's not the spiritual light, which is really much higher. So then there's death, and then that would be where Christ is. But then you also can say that he also appears, just like Daniel was saying, in the other spheres in different forms, and maybe his different kinds of, like Christ of the Sacred Heart, or in India, he's often syncretized with Kumara, who is the son of Shiva, and Kumara really actually just means the sun. So that's also very interesting. And you have him holding the spear, the vel, which is very, very important. And you also have a spear associated with Christ, and I think it's called the Longinus spear. So yeah, you've got. Hey Daniel, now you came back. So I kind of just went, but sorry about that.
Now, Jin, you were talking in the chat, the private chat, about studying some Chinese martial arts.
Okay, well, Clint and I definitely had a discourse around my name, like Jin the Ninja, and I'm not Japanese. I am actually ethnic Chinese. So I did, I mean, not that every ethnic Chinese person does martial arts, but I did do wuxia for about 16 years competitively.
I did not know you were Chinese. Like, I swear, like, I thought you were a white guy that's really into like Asian and Indian culture, but that's cool.
Well, I'm mixed. I am actually mixed. My dad's from Indonesia, but ethnic Chinese, and my mom's
Gotcha.
not. So, but I don't know if I want to say, but I mean I have a lot, like some Hapa people, they don't have like a lot of extensive like Asian connection, but I actually have a lot of Asian connection. I grew up with my grandparents. I've lived in Asia. I speak Chinese. I don't really speak very good Indonesian, but
Can you speak a little Chinese for us?
No, I'm definitely not doing that on live.
Oh no.
But I'll do it privately. That's fine. Actually, on my latest episode, I reviewed the movie Rigor Mortis from 2014. And if you listen to that episode on my feed, you will hear me speak Chinese, both Cantonese and Mandarin, although imperfectly. So
Yeah, I was
yeah, people
listening
can
to.
go look
I
that
think it
up.
was one of your appearances. It was probably on Subconscious Realms, but you are a huge movie guy too, right?
Because I have had my feet in the esoterica for so long, I actually find it very difficult to watch American movies and like the colors, the themes, the kind of like psyop stuff. It really like stands out to me, like almost to the point where I cannot suspend my disbelief. So instead of like watching American movies and like growing up, we would always watch Chinese movies, pretty much like Chinese language film or Chinese language. You can watch the Hong Kong channel TVB or whatever. So I always grew up with like the martial arts stuff. My dad loves that, and anime as well, but not like the weird kind of like gender anime that they do now, like the lolly shit, but like the actually
I'm
like the cool.
unfamiliar with the lolly stuff. Is that like pedo stuff? I'm not familiar
Yeah,
with it.
it's really weird. Like a lot of contemporary anime has gone very like that kind of what people would think of, like the stereotype of like the incel with like pink hair
Oh,
who like watches like
gotcha.
lollies. But I don't like that kind of anime. Like I was like always into like more. I mean, the '90s anime is much more adult. It's much not adult in like a hentai way, but adult in like it's violent. It's like serious. It's Berserk and Ninja Scroll and even like Samurai Champloo. I know Clint also loves Samurai Champloo, so we also have that in common. But I actually like it more than Cowboy Bebop. I don't know if I'm telling on myself there, but just my opinion. But yeah, there's really good anime and there's still good anime being produced, but I do tend to like stick to the Asian stuff. Now I am a little racist against Koreans. We have kind of like
Oh no.
I'm not really, but
Self-admitted racist. Oh, let me bring Dr.
oh,
Robert on.
absolutely.
I'm just kidding.
But no, I don't love the Korean stuff as much. I like Chinese and Japanese stuff. That's just like my preference, and I also
Sure.
dabble in
Well,
Southeast.
there's kind of a rivalry there. Like I'm part Japanese myself, so I'm well aware of like the whole Korea versus Japan thing, and there's kind of like that rivalry. Although I think that at the same time, East Asians kind of consider each other to be brothers as well. So it's kind of a duality there.
I think that like this is the thing, Dan. I like am really into being like American. Like I'm not technically American, but I am like North American. So
Sure.
I'm really into this idea of like this North American, like we're here. Let's put our like third world bullshit like behind us. Let's just like be American. Let's like figure out like where we're going with this, like with our countries and like what we're doing. And so my orientation is very much like more, if people want to call it like kind of MAGA libertarian, that's totally fine. I'm totally fine with that now because it doesn't really bother me. Because like the truth is like we all lived through 2020. We all saw like how disruptive socially that was.
Mhm.
And I just think that, and like everything, I'm not just talking about like the cough but everything that happened. And I just think that this idea of like having distinct racial identities, I think that it's fine in our personal lives, but I think that it becomes a problem when we talk about like political kinds of, a lot of groups just become a sort of subservient to the larger or greater liberal ruling order, and it's largely because of their identity. Like the ruling order plays to those kinds of ideas and plays to the
Yeah, I think I know what you're talking about. For example, like, a good example is this whole thing in the Middle East, the Gaza situation. Like, for some reason, there's this idea that if you're on the right, that you support Israel, but if you're on the left, you support Palestine. And I'm thinking, like, well, I know plenty of conservative people that are more pro-Palestine, and the reverse is true too. I know a lot of liberals that are just, a lot of them are Jewish. They're just super into Israel and defending Israel. The way that these lines are being drawn is not really fair to us.
100%, I'm with you. I'll just say, like, I usually don't discuss like my personal politics like out loud so much, but I will just say, because I have spoken about this on WTF forum before, is I don't care about either. I have no affiliation, allegiance, and it's not like a hatred. It's not like I'm like sitting around being like, oh, the Jays or oh, the Palestinians. Like, yes, Indonesian, ethnic Chinese, we don't have a great relationship with Islam. That's 100% correct. And Buddhism in general does not have a great relationship with Islam either. But I will just say that I don't want to fund, I don't want to pay, I don't want to be involved in any like proxy war or anything like that. But I don't have a side. I'm very over it. I don't even really care, to be honest. I know that people might find that callous, but that's how I feel.
You want to hear some crazy, Jen?
Yeah, go for it, Doc Robert.
Check this out, man. You're talking about the labels, right? And those categories, correct?
Yes, I'm kind of anti-label. I'm kind of like, let's go back to the 90s.
So check this out. This is from the Bible, right? And I'm gonna read this real quick. It's Tower of Babel. Check this out. Now the whole world had one language and a common speech. As people moved eastward, they found a plain in Shinar and settled there. They said to each other, "Come, let's make bricks and bake them thoroughly." They used brick instead of stone and tar for mortar. Then they said, "Come, let us build ourselves a city with a tower that reaches to heavens, so that we may make a name for ourselves. Otherwise, we will be scattered over the face of the whole earth." But the Lord, dun, 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 came down to see the tower the people were building. The Lord said, if as one people speaking the same language, they have begun to do this, then nothing they plan to do will be impossible for them. Come, let us go down and confuse their language, so they will not understand each other. So the Lord scattered them from there over all the earth, and they stopped building the city. That is why it is called Babel, because there the Lord confused the language of the whole world. From there the Lord scattered them over the face of the whole earth. The essence of divide and conquer.
100%. I'm totally with you, Doc.
See, there's a strategy in there.
100%.
There's a foolproof strategy in there. Like, you get rid of all that mystical shit.
100%.
There's a stone cold power grabbing strategy right in the Bible, which the Wu-Tang Clan used to say was an acronym for basic instructions before leaving Earth. But instructions for who? Dun, dun, dun.
I mean, Doc, you know that everything's a managed dialectic. We know that that's reality. Brzezinski talked all about it. There's this other term that you see on Twitter all the time, sexlectics or octalectics, which is like basically how they control everything through subdivision of identity, subdivision of these kind of like janissary categories. Like they'll have, like, I know you deal with this a lot, like how they'll have like certain people of color be kind of like the voice of specific issues or communities, but these people don't even reflect like on the ground realities at all. And I think that that's true for every group. And I actually kind of am anti like putting us in a group. I think that people have political commitments that transcend race. That's just my opinion, but I do think we do. And you know, I definitely swing more to like a libertarian orientation. But I definitely see like that we need to come together on a lot more things than we do, because we are being mystified. We are being totally divided, because a lot of the things that we fight about are honestly so stupid. Like, I was like loving the border stuff yesterday. Like, I thought it was hilarious. I thought, like, great, like they need to do something, like, absolutely. But to be honest, it's still fake and gay. So, you know, because all those people are still managed. They're all Masons. They're all like whatever cult that they're in. They're all like cartel owned and operated, like every single one, not just the Republicans, like the DNC. The DNC is probably worse in some way.
Do you think that this whole thing could be some kind of distraction from something else?
100%. That's what I think about the war in the middle. I say war with air quotes. So that's also what I think about the stuff that we're shown. Like, I've seen so many videos that I saw in 2014 when the Syria stuff was happening, and it got rebranded as like Israel, Palestine. And I recognize those videos, and so many people were aware of it. And then suddenly everybody seemed to have like this cultural amnesia that they forgot. And I'm not trying to like rehash that over and over, but I think that it's relevant in that what we are shown is not really reality. 100%. I don't believe in most of like the mainstream or the alternative. I don't even think the alternative news is like pristine or like great. And I'm not talking about like those base like right-wing influencers who I sometimes like will fuck with, but you know, but they all lie too. And the Twitter blue check stuff has made people so deranged. And it, yeah, I mean, you know this, Dan. I mean, it's like so obvious. People will literally lie, make up stories. You know, we had the stupid tunnel story, which I just thought was completely...
That was weird.
So retardational, really. Because, like, that's not real. Like, that's totally fake. That's totally, like, a managed narrative. Like, I mean, I get people don't like certain groups, but, like, come on. It's like... we saw so many COVID warriors, people who totally saw through that narrative. Then they fell to these other narratives. Ukraine, Russia, Israel, Palestine. Oh, it's the Jays. Like, it's all dumb. It's so dumb. It's like not cutting through. It's not seeing the dialectic for what it is. It's like not seeing who really is in control, who's really managing things, and what their plan is. And
yeah, you know, I think that's the key issue here, because to me, for something to present us with psyops and distractions that are meant to influence in some way, they would have to have some kind of bird's eye view of our society and where it's going. To me, the only way that this would be possible is it's either a higher intelligence, as in, entities, higher levels of being, or alternatively, and more likely, it's probably a supercomputer, an artificial intelligence that's actually telling people to go out as actors and
it's
enact
interesting
these
you
roles.
say that, because it's going to coincide with this episode of Down the Rabbit Hole with Dr. Robert. Trust me. So I want you to pay careful attention to what I'm saying in that episode.
Sounds juicy.
Groovy, man. Keep going, though, because you're onto something. Keep going.
Were you about to say something, Jin?
Oh, I was just going to say that Clint's saying in the chat, channeling spirits through technology. Like, I totally agree with that. I think that that's a very good kind of way to understand what's going on. I'm not saying that people have to believe it, but certainly there is a kind of ruling elite that definitely believes it. So, you know, I mean, that's what BlackRock is. They have like their AI for like the last decade, I think, or maybe a little less, but like 8 years or whatever. But they've
Of
had
course
like
it is, because we don't own bombs. We don't own all those jet planes, you know, all those super high-tech weapons, but somebody else fucking does. It couldn't be more clear to me.
Mm-hmm. No,
you know,
I agree.
Got 2 pennies to rub together in caveman money. You know, you got motherfuckers got underground bases, you know, can shoot missiles off with the push of a button. Man, we don't. So
alrighty, guys, I'm gonna get back to you in a second. Please hold that thought. I just wanted to touch in with Todd. I see he's got a new background, and I was kind of excited when I saw this. What's going on, buddy?
Daniel? How are you, brother?
Doing good. It looks like you got a whole setup now. It looks great.
Yeah, I'm setting it up, so it's not quite organized, but I'm getting it organized a little bit here. I haven't had my books out for a long time. At our last,
the Secret Teachings of All Ages there on the left, and you got the Joker poster up there. Love that.
Oh yeah, that's my prize Joker poster I found one year. I'm like, wow, I love that. Got it for like a killer deal. Probably cost you your left arm nowadays.
It's kind of got that old bookstore, museum sort of researcher sort of look. I love it.
Yeah, I found that. I think I got it at Ross or something. It's killer price, like $20, 10 years ago or something like that. And I'm like, oh, I love that. Plus that issue, that era of Batman was the revival era of Batman. Batman was in the toilet until they brought in some new artists and some new writers around that period. But yeah, I'm organizing my books. I'm getting my bookcase laid out here so that if anybody brings up a topic and I got a book on it, man, we're going to rip that sucker off the shelf and see what it says.
Who's that statue of up in the right, the little bust?
I believe that's Marcus Aurelius.
Oh, hell yeah. Marcus Aurelius.
Yeah.
That's a real man.
But I could be mistaken. They probably have an app now that you can just look it up.
What do you think of this whole border thing we were talking about a second ago?
I hear the truckers, 700,000 truckers are going down to Texas and they're bringing razor wire with them. So
that's scary.
Yeah, they're going to put the razor wire back up. You know, Joe Biden is at war with Texas. You've seen it's in the news, right?
Yeah, I'm getting kind of freaked out by this stuff because, you know, I put some notes together for the show, and this is one of the main things I want to talk about because I'm sure you've seen this, Todd. There's commercials going around. They're trailers for a movie called Civil War.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
What the fuck is going on?
Oh, they're pushing for a civil war, trying to put it in our minds. The civil war is coming. It never ended. They're so ridiculous, these people that push these narratives. They go over the top, but that's the only way they sink into the others. People are jaded and people are blunted by all the propaganda nowadays, so they got to go over the top. You know, I saw headlines like why the Civil War never really ended. You know, talking about how since 1865 the Civil War has still been going on. It's ridiculous. The level of propaganda right now is as high as I've ever seen it.
Yeah, and it's almost like they're telling us what comes next, or telling us what they want us to do. All right, everybody, choose a side. Do you want the Mexicans or do you not want the Mexicans? You guys stand over here. You guys stand over here. We're gonna give you guns, kill each other, reduce the population.
Yeah, we should be so lucky. It won't go down that easy, that nice. These guys rig everything. They're dirty fighters, right? Yes. They wouldn't give anybody a fair fight.
Skate and Destroy says another fake protest, divide and conquer BS. I have to agree. I do think that they really, I mean, this didn't just start. This has been going on probably since, at least the Obama administration. I'm sure there were murmurings of it, mumblings of it much.
Oh, you mean the Civil War thing? The Civil War?
Yeah. I mean, maybe it kind of started with the whole birther thing. The whole like, oh,
no,
Obama, he's not American.
Look, Guns N' Roses in 1997 did a song called Civil War, bringing your mind around to the idea of a civil war. So they're programming you long before it gets set, before they set it off, you know. And that way, when something happens, nobody that was really interested was there. It's just a big phony fucking psyop.
Todd, do you remember John Titor, the time traveler?
Yeah, I remember that story.
One of his things that he said happened in his future was a civil war. And now at the time, this was back in the late 90s, something like that. We never would have, we thought, what? This guy's fake. He's talking about a civil war. That would never happen here. This is such bullshit. He's cosplaying. But now, looking back, John Titor was telling us the truth. John Titor was legitimate, in my opinion.
Yeah, Art Bell, I think he used to do a lot of episodes on John Titor, if you remember. I claimed to talk to people that knew him, because that was an incident that occurred back in the 50s, supposedly, or no, might have been a different. There was another episode where some person showed up and was in Congress all the time and claimed to be from the future, and there's pictures of him, and he claimed to know the future and all this weird stuff. You don't know if this is psyops or if, some of these stories are real or if they're psyopinous. It's too hard to tell nowadays. It's too sick. That's why
I believe in time travel, because there's just too many weird pictures out there, and even the Bible has time travel in it.
Oh yeah, and I'll tell you my theory on time travel. They've already said the other planets, this is what we're told in the news all the time in the science magazines. The other planets that might have life on them are so far away that we can't never get there. You know, it would take generations for our rocket ships with their gas-powered engines to get there. But the people that ponder these subjects say the way that's probably most likely you're most likely to travel to another planet is with your mind. It's that idea of locality. I forget how they phrase it, but we are everywhere at once and in one spot and everywhere at the same time. We just don't realize it. Like time is a loop too, you know, forward, backward is all connected.
Yeah, and in the private chat, Clint's mentioning an anime called Steins Gate. That's actually one of my favorites. If anybody out there wants something good to watch, if you're feeling stumped and you're into this sort of topic, check that show out, especially if you love time travel, or that series, I should say.
Gate.
Excellent.
Steins Gate.
Steins Gate. You can get it on Crunchyroll. That's where I watched it. I don't know where else you can get it, but it's kind of along the lines of this whole John Titor thing. In fact, it has John Titor in it. And one thing that's very notable about the story of John Titor is when he came back to our time, he knew about a specific computer that was being developed, I think, by IBM, and there was only like one copy of it, and there was no way that he could have possibly known about this because it was a secret within that company, and there was only like one made, and unless you were directly working on it, there's absolutely no way you would know about it. But you know, people like to debunk stuff. That's kind of the whole idea around what they call conspiracy topics. They love to just shove our consciousness back into the box. They do not want us to accept that these topics might be real because we might stop doing what they say.
You know how they are telling you about how you can time travel theoretically by folding space? You know how they always talk about one way to travel through time is fold space over on a piece of paper, picture like that. The truth is, if you could fold space, the easiest place to do it, most likely place to be able to do it, would be within your own self, because you're a direct link to your past, present, and future. And if there are these abilities, you know, if we are connected to everything like we're talking about in time and space, then through your own self would be the easiest way to time travel. And I think we've talked about this before, Daniel. Picture magicians have already talked about in some cases how you can communicate with yourself back in the past by casting like a spell, and it'll influence your future. You can change your present by changing your past, which influences your future. So they do tricks like this.
I think there was it might have been a song, or it might have been something that somebody was saying, but the idea was that if you picture a time in your mind and you listen to a certain song, or you smell something, and if you imagine yourself there, suddenly you could actually be there, or you could at least have an influence on what's going on back then.
There you go. There's different ways they use this thing. There's another trick they use, like say you wanna one of your goals in life is to own a Jaguar. Then go out and purchase. You can't purchase it now, but you want it in your future. So you go out and purchase a $5 key ring that has Jaguar on it, and you hold that in your hand every day, and you just started. You can buy a talisman ready made, and then hold that in your hand, and it'll focus your mind continuously towards that goal. And chances are, if you really want it, it'll happen.
I like that. I mean, for me, I think I would want the money, because then I could just, you know, with me, I don't think that I don't think a human being is meant to work a 9 to 5. I mean, this is just my opinion. So if I had enough money to stop to that,
here's how magic works best, though, Daniel, by leaving the number of opportunities for it to work open. So if you're going to do a magic act, don't limit the number of ways that it can bring you what you're really after. And so with magic, they say that the first trick, the number one key, is defining exactly what it is you want. That's 50% of getting what you want, say using magic. But the second part of it is just determination that you want it. And if it's something, you have to think it through what you're after, because sometimes you go, I just want a whole bunch of money because that would solve everything. When actually the problem could be solved if you just traded your rent for freaking work or something like that, or some issue, instead of the money you get, what you really want is the comfort to not have to go work. So there's other ways it can come through, right? So leave the paths open, leaves the doors open for every option when you're doing magic.
Well, there's a couple times when I had chances where, like, a buddy of mine, this is when Bitcoin was like at $10. He's like, just buy a couple Bitcoin, you'll be rich, it's guaranteed. And I was like, fuck, I don't know how. Like, you got to do this with your computer and do this and that. And I just gave up on it. But boy, was that stupid of me. If I just would have listened and bought some Bitcoin, I wouldn't have these problems today. Then it happened again with another crypto where I saw this one pop up. I was like, oh, that looks interesting, I should buy that. I didn't buy it. It ended up timesing by thousands. I could have been a millionaire. And because I didn't jump when I could jump, I'm here I am, still working a 9 to 5, still poor as hell and just struggling. Like, if I would have just made a different decision.
My friend bought Bitcoin, my best friend, and he tried to, he's telling me, buy some Bitcoin. Yeah, bought it for so much, and it went up over about 5 or 6 year period. He bought it before it was too. He bought it not in the beginning, but after everybody caught on to it, and so he bought it, and then he kept buying it, during the when it was getting popular. But then he bought about $1,000 worth, and then it bottomed out, so it became worth. He spent $1,000 working on it, holding it for about 5 years, and then it bottomed out, and then the bottom dropped. So
yeah, and he
depends on when you buy in and get out.
Did he sell it, or did he hold on to it?
He held on to it, I think. So
then he ended up getting rich again, right?
No, not necessarily. It's staying about stable is what he's told me. It's about the same thing it always was.
Gotcha.
So it depends on when you buy in, and then when you get rid of it or whatever. If he got rid of it at a certain point, then it would have made him some money.
And it doesn't have to be like Bitcoin or crypto. It could be like some collectibles you're getting into. It could be stocks, like that whole GameStop and the movie theaters thing.
Pardon me, I'm babysitting my dog here tonight, Daniel.
What's that?
I'm babysitting my dog here tonight. And so he's kind of whining. That's why I'm jumping off screen every once in a while, grabbing him and putting him back in his bed because
we gotta comfort the little guy. What was his name again?
Max.
Max is an official cast member of End of Days.
He's our mascot.
Get him on the
Max is our mascot. Totally.
All right, Todd. We will get back to you momentarily. Please hold that thought. Let's get back to Clint.
I'm holding the thought.
You held the thought for like 30 minutes. I appreciate that. I hope I didn't cut you off too soon.
Oh, no, you're good. I had to take a leak anyways.
Oh, dang. What's that?
That's a silver Mason coin.
Oh, shit. Where'd you get that thing?
It's a secret.
Oh, okay. Hopefully not from the Master Mason.
Well, then here's see, this is real money right here. It's a silver dollar. 24 grams silver.
Victoria or somebody like that.
No, that's the hidden deity of America.
Oh, that's the Statue of Liberty.
Well, yeah, basically the equivalent. But see, 20 or this is approximately like $20 to $40. But see, this used to be $20 to $40 used to be minimum wage. This one coin. And we're getting screwed.
I think there's a quote. I forgot who said it, but he said, "Any money that's not backed by gold or silver is usury. It's just inflation."
Yeah, it's all just crippling us. I mean, this coin is 24 grams silver with 2 grams copper, and you know, in the 1795 Coinage Act, it said that that's what it specified. $1. $1 was a measurement. 24 grams silver, and so people go into courts and they've used the argument in court. Well, what do you define? Please define dollar on the record. You know, and it's like that Carl Miller guy says his friend went into the court in Detroit and was like, he's like, please define the dollar. It's a measure. You know, he quoted the law that said it was the unit of measurement. You know how much of what, you know, and the judge is like jokingly, oh, look, or I don't know if the guy said, the judge jokingly was like, oh, well, how about coffee beans then? Oh, blah, blah, blah. And then the guy was like, oh, okay, let the record show it's the judge said coffee beans, or he didn't really object to it. They all just kind of snickered, you know, and then they got the court report, the typed out version, then used that in some legal notice that they sent to the company they owed money to, and then said, well, pursuant to the judge's ruling, he said coffee beans, and so here's 6,000 coffee beans.
Oh, dang.
And when you in the court case was legit, where it was in the newspaper, but they took it off the record, and the judge I forget his name, but they took that case off the record because, you know, they pulled a quick one on him, and the judge wasn't smart enough, and they made him look like an idiot. You know, I've done that with we're in court technically, where, you know, some lawyer was trying to like you know, she didn't, I don't remember, it was about trying to get custody or whatever, and fucking you know, the lady didn't she had some document or something, and I'm like, well, I was like, Your Honor, did the court have a signed release form or a court ordered subpoena to get that document? And they're like, no. And I'm like, well, that's not admissible. No.
Oh, nice.
You know? It's like these people are they're clowns. They sit there, they pretend like they know the law, and, you know, they don't even know what jurisdiction they're operating under. And like, pursuant to the 7th Amendment, you have the right to have a common law court case, and that they'll say right in the record, if you ask them, is this a common law court, you know, they'll say no, you know, and it's like, well, I'll let the record show, Your Honor said it's not a common law court, but my 7th Amendment, you know, protects my right to suits in common law, you know. So you know, it's the same
I went
thing.
to court over debt one time. Like, this was a long time ago, but you know, I just wanted to try fighting it because I was reading all these stories online of people that, you know, they found some kind of loophole, or because they contested it, they sort of just like, you know, they won somehow. But when I actually got there and went in there, everybody was there for the same reason. They had some kind of debt, and just one after the other, the judge was like, nope, you still owe it. Nope, you still owe it. I watched like 5 of these. Then they got to me, and, you know, I got the same treatment. I was like, wow. You know, even though, you know, I did technically owe the money, the judge wasn't wrong about that, but just to see how like biased they were towards the corporations and to the debtors, it didn't feel like the judge was really listening that hard to any of us. Like, it was just automatic system just saying, nope, fuck you, nope, fuck you, nope, fuck you. None of us should owe any of that shit.
Well, here's the thing: is that if you approach silently, then there's this thing called what's that called? It's this thing where they assume jurisdiction, and then you no longer have the right to in certain jurisdictions to excuse me, to make a jurisdiction challenge through a demurrer. And so they consider you saying nothing, you waiving your right, and then you can no longer argue in court at all. And like, because of the jurisdiction it's in, it's like a military commercial jurisdiction that they're keeping concealed from the public. Like, Ralph Epperson's friend was a federal judge and literally said to him, and, you know, I've heard this from other sources too, where the judges are under silent judicial notice to withhold from the public the fact that the Constitution is gone. And that's why we can't argue these suits, because they're operating under a court which can just specifically rule. And see, it's like it goes to Article 10, Section 8 or whatever, where it says Congress has the power to legislate in any case whatsoever. And then it says within 10 square miles, talking about DC. But then the unconstitutional laws that they've created have destroyed the 10 square mile clause into whereas Congress has the power to rule in any case whatsoever, period, to legislate in any. So what's happening is that DC's jurisdiction has extended to the states. The states no longer have a sovereign state jurisdiction, and basically the New World Order. The 10. I've got evidence.
They've taken over our court system, basically.
Well, they've done more than that. They've sectioned our country off into 10 sections, and each section has a secret capital, and that it all has to do with the New World Order plan. And William Cooper proves it, and I've got the slides to prove it in my New World Order file and through laws and stuff.
Let's get back to this whole thing about Pan. This is supremely interesting. How did you first start to get into Pan?
I mean, I've always been into like lore and all sorts of stuff, but like it's like I was on that other podcast and freaking the chick brought it up, offline or whatever, and was like, and I just started digging into it and freaking. I mean, you could show the screen where, yeah, it's like so according to this word right here in Greek was pan, and then it's like Pan is the brother of Lucifer, and you'll see a serpent, the Ouroboros, right around it. And see here, it's this is from Eliphas Levi, Transcendental Magic, page 376. Excuse me. Yeah, where's that?
Representation of the devil. On the contrary, for them is that of the god Pan, the god of our modern schools of philosophy, the god of the Alexandrian theurgic school, and of our own mystical Neoplatonists, the god of the Martin and Victor cousins, the god of Spinoza and Plato, the god of the primitive Gnostic schools, the Christ also of the dissident priesthood. This last qualification ascribed to the goat of black magic will not astonish students of religious antiquities who are acquainted with the phases of symbolism and doctrine and their various transformations, whether in India, Egypt, or Judea. This is interesting to me because, to me, Pan was just this little naked weirdo. There's all these little statues of him with a boner. He's sticking his ass out like he's this little satyr that's just kind of
read this part. Read this part out loud. The first paragraph.
Chemnis, the prehistoric city, may or may not have been built by Noah's son, but it was not his name that was given to the town, but that of the mystery goddess Quemnu or Quemnis, the deity that was created by the ardent fancy of the neophyte, who was thus tantalized during his 12 labors of probation before his final initiation. Her male counterpart is Chem, the city of Coemnis or Chemis. Today, Ackman was the chief seat of the god Chem. The Greeks, identifying Chem with Pan, called the city Panopolis.
Yeah, see, that the Greeks were not fools. They were calling stuff by its name. This secret religion is, the symbolism. The Tower of Babel is in the Freemason book means to confound. And
so
see,
is that what we're reading here? Is this like a Freemason book?
The last one was The Secret Doctrine by Helena Blavatsky, and it was volume 3, page 42. There's 3 books. I'm pretty sure there might be 4, but it's tricky to I always forget to look at which one it's coming from because there's 3 different books. But this Secret Doctrine, Blavatsky, page 381, and this is the list of things that are all synonymous, the same. She's saying all these things and all these different religions are the same symbol. And see, when I read that definition on the other podcast, my friend didn't understand what the mystery schools believe. She thought that they were just picking and choosing, and it's not that simple. It's that these things are symbols, and the symbols are in the stories, and that it's like geometry, where the initiate of the mystery schools can't enter into certain portions of the mystery schools unless they know geometry, because the symbols of the deities and the symbols of the stories, even like the golden fleece, those stories are symbolism, and it's an ancient language, symbolism. But if you want to read this, or this part's pretty wild.
The chaos of the ancients, the Zoroastrian sacred fire, or the Atash Beram of the Parsis, the Hermes fire, the Elmis fire of the ancient Germans, the lightning of Cybele, the burning torch of Apollo, the flame on the altar of Pan, the inextinguishable fire in the temple of Acropolis, and in that of Vesta, the fire flame of Pluto's helm, the brilliant sparks on the caps of the Dioscuri, on the Gorgon's head, the helm of Pallas, and the staff of Mercury, the Egyptian Ptah-Ra, the Grecian Zeus Catabates, the descending of Pausanias, the Pentecostal fire tongues, the burning bush of Moses, the pillar of fire of Exodus, and the burning lamp of Abram, the eternal fire of the bottomless pit, the Delphic oracular vapors, the sidereal light of the Rosicrucians, the Akasha of the Hindu adepts, the astral light of Eliphas Levi, the nerve aura and the fluid of the Magnetus, the odd of Reichenbach, the psychod and actinic force of Thury, the psychic force of Sergeant Cox, and the atmospheric magnetism of some naturalist, the galvanism, and finally electricity. All of these are but various names for many different manifestations or effects of the same mysterious, all-pervading cause, the Greek archaeus. Wow, this sounds like this sounds almost like Luciferian.
Well, see, I've been studying this shit for 15 years, and it's like it's not easy to roll off the tongue, you see. But to not have to make it all reading, but see, this is referencing Jupiter or Pan, and then it's saying that Jupiter is a three-faced deity, a triple deity, which the Templars had a triple deity, the face, a triple-headed head, or triple-faced head. This one's interesting because this doesn't have to do with the Pan thing, but it says in here the Mason is from what he calls Mays on, or men of May. And that goes back to the Baal worship of May 1st and the Communist Day of May 1st. This is just a Illuminati cipher. Damn it, where is the...
Weird.
See, this is from a Mason book, Masonic textbook of jurisprudence. A man is not hung because he has committed a larceny, but he is hung that larcenies may not be committed. See, and then it's like... I shouldn't skip subjects. But like what's interesting is in all the Masonic encyclopedias, they didn't show any definition of Pan, and they have definitions of everything in there. This is just showing how it's there's tarot cards with the tree of life, and each tarot card is a path in the Sephiroth. I'm sure I'm blowing Todd's mind right now. No.
Well, we can ask him. Todd, is your mind blown?
My mind is totally blown. You just blew my camera off the just blew my camera off the stand. All right, Clint. Lay it on us, brother. Lay it on us, my man.
This is just showing that the Masonry is different than the Illuminati. To propagate
I have John J. Robinson's book on the Illuminati. I have all those papers.
This is I think this is Nesta Webster. That's just the name of the chapter.
Nesta
I think
Webster. Yeah, I have her books. I have both her main books. World Revolution and the other one that she did.
So Masonry has unfortunately tolerated the Illuminati, but there was this to be said by way of exculpation. The Illuminati were not legitimate Masons, and quote, to propagate their revolutionary poison and to protract the period of detection. They attached themselves to Freemasonry and called themselves by its name. In this way, the world has been deceived. But the main citadel, or that's the main point. See, is that Illuminati took into Masonry. This is if you know this long phrase right here is the symbol phrase of the circle letters on the keystone, but you'll notice it says Tubal Cain, Jacob and Boaz.
Yeah,
Mhm.
Jacob and
The two
Boaz,
pillars.
Twin Towers.
Twin
See
towers,
Maha,
Pillars, I should say.
Mahabone, and then see the word halal. That's a Middle Eastern word. This is showing how the Masonic initiation goes back to ancient Christianity. These see the cross, and then on the stone it says initiation.
There you go.
And that and then what's interesting is it goes back to an essay, De Osiris, the seal used by priests of Isis in their solemn nights. Man kneeling with his hands bound and a knife to his throat. But this is interesting because on the Dead Sea Scrolls, one of the Dead Sea Scrolls has the imprint on the cover of Tanit, which is the Babylonian equivalent, or the same equivalent of Astarte, and the other synonymous names.
Clint, are you familiar with Richardson's Monitor of Freemasonry?
Oh yeah, I'm pretty sure I have a copy.
It's published 1860, and basically it was warning against.
Oh, nice.
Well, they took everything that they knew about the Masons, and they printed it into book form. So it's quite detailed for its time, 1860. This is a reprint. Oh, it's packed with illustrations. It's and then it's fine. They reduced the print. The print's so small. The print's so small, but it's all there. Yeah, all their rituals, everything that was known. Look, all their different.
He's doing the hand waving over the head thing, like the distress signal.
Yeah, and umpires. One funny thing people don't know is baseball uses a lot of, the umpires use a lot of Masonic. It's fucking.
The baseball diamond looks like a Masonic symbol.
Well, the bat's 33 inches, I'm pretty sure, and then the something's 33 feet, and then there's like 108 stitches on the baseball.
Yeah,
exactly. I hate this because I love baseball.
And then I have a number of Masonic books, Clint. The Order of the Eastern Star, the Female Masons Handbook. I've obtained a few of these things over the years. My library on the Masons is pretty extensive, just in book form. But I love what you're putting up here on the computer for us. Love this.
Yeah, this is from the Encyclopedia of Freemasonry, Mackie. Each of the pagan gods had, besides the public in the open, a secret worship paid to him, to which none of were admitted but those who had been selected by preparatory ceremonies called initiation. The secret worship was termed the mysteries, and this is supported by Strabo, who says it was common both Greeks and barbarians to perform their religious ceremonies with the observance of a festival, that they were sometimes celebrated publicly and sometimes in the mysterious privacy. Thus defines them secret ceremonies which were practiced in the honor of certain gods, and whose secret was known to the initiates alone, who were admitted only after long and painful trials, which it was more than their life was worth to reveal. And that's basically, that first part is the best part. The rest goes into it pretty deep. This is funny. I was asking the AI Freemason questions. It was pretty on.
Yep. Does that tell you everything? Most of it's been published. Most of the Masons' secrets are published, except for orders, above a certain level.
Well, it was saying stuff about Jabulan, Jabuli, and Jabulo that, which I was finding in books and verifying, where part of it led to this, the Kabiri and the X. I saved the screenshot because there was too many sites to bookmark. There's a Masonic Pigpen cipher. There's what's that, Truman.
Well,
This
that's
is
a picture.
Illuminati in Spain, the Jesuits, Illuminati. You know, they're sitting there, you know, practice. They do this openly in Spain because, you know, in Portugal, Portugal was the only place not to ban the Templars, and the Templars were taken by the Hashashim. You know, part of the Templars were, and the part that was the Hashashim part went to Portugal, and then, you know, eventually went to Spain, and then through Spain, you know, then went to the Vatican with the Jesuits, and then, you know.
Right. There is a whole history of the Illuminati. People think that the Illuminati is just Adam Weishaupt. No, it can be traced way back, and people have traced it.
Well, plus it's all the combined orders.
It's all the combined orders.
He's a Order of the Garter. That's Selassie of Ethiopia. So, and he even lived with the Queen of England. Here's some gematria, which that's a huge.
Let the punishment fit the crime.
If you'll notice, the god, you know, it has the zodiacs on him.
And the Caduceus.
What sign is it? Where's the zodiacs? Can you
like
blow it up just a little bit?
On the parts of his body.
Oh yeah, there they are. Yep, Capricorn. I see it.
Yeah,
Gemini.
The moon is reflecting, just like Isis reflects Osiris.
Yeah, and their light around.
And there's
double-headed
Byzantine double-headed eagle, or also known as that's actually a phoenix.
There you go.
Whenever you see that double-headed eagle, it's actually a phoenix in disguise. Maybe not so disguised.
Totally. This is Egyptian here.
Yeah, this is from Manly P. Hall's book, depicting the grip of the lion paw and the initiate.
Gotcha.
So, I mean, Freemasonry goes back to ancient Egypt. Here's the initiate being raised, you know, on the bed of a lion.
Oh man, that is
yeah. Well, you've heard the theory, Clint. You've heard the theory that the Sphinx didn't have a human head. It actually had a lion's head, and it's 10,000 years old, not 2,000 years old. And they just repurposed the head and carved a pharaoh's head where it used to be.
Based on what we're seeing here being presented, that has to be true. It had to be of a lion.
See the lion?
Yeah, look at all this lion stuff.
Yeah, it was the age of Leo, or it had something to do with Leo.
Hanging out.
We were in a constellation of Leo. That's what it is. We were in the Earth was in the constellation of Leo 10,000 years ago.
And real quick, if anybody is listening to the podcast version of this show, I highly suggest you hop on YouTube, search End of Days Radio, check out the YouTube version so you can see this wonderful slideshow that we're watching.
You got to see Clint's incredible slideshow.
This is the Masonic third degree. I'm pretty sure where it's got the acacia branch, and the initiate's head is pointed to the west.
Skull and bones is always in the Masons.
Well, it's like in the Native American stuff, the chiefs and the braves, when they're buried, their heads are pointed to the west because they were initiates.
Yeah.
But this symbolism,
about how the Indians were wearing the aprons that were only known to Masons. They were amazed that they knew about the Masonic aprons.
Yeah, it's like Freemasonry is incredibly complex. But see, here's the Hiram Abiff acronym going around there. Hiram Abiff. I forget the words, but it's interesting because it's this is a really old book, like 1700s, and that, you know, when they put a picture in a book, it costed a lot of money back then to make. You know, I mean, it was a big hassle to make stuff like that. This is just a Masonic passport.
There's the double eagle.
Yeah, it's
symbol.
That they are a society legally.
Yeah, state destroyed, because that's why the Sphinx's head is so small, because they recarved that motherfucker to look like one of the pharaohs.
Oh yeah, I was gonna say I got a picture of an ancient statue of what the original Sphinx looked like with the full lion head.
Yeah,
that's the Egyptian Ennead reformed into the new. This is the Baha'i symbol of the religion of the UN.
There you go, yeah, exactly.
And the Baha'i symbol shows each religion under each point, the 8 points, and then the 9th point is the star repeating again to the 9.
Is that an 8-pointed star at the top?
They're both 9-pointed.
That's a 9-pointed.
Yeah, I've got other illustrations of the 9-pointed star in the books. But this is a it's a monolith of an old snake that the snakes intertwined.
Look at that.
I don't like that thing. It looks like a creepy worm.
Well, I'm pretty sure it's the Vatican.
It's like a Lovecraft symbol, the wormiest.
It's like Cthulhu's penis.
Cthulhu's penis, exactly. Worms its way in.
See, here's
that lion guy with the pillars. Was that a Samson or something? Like,
this is from a more modern occult book. It's just showing the lion with the symbol on its chest, tetragrammaton, and the zodiacs with the scorpion.
Oh,
the
wow.
Scorpion is it's like Samson when he breaks the pillars or whatever.
Now this begs an interesting question. Was there more to the whole Samson story and the pillars he was pushing down than what we perceive? Like, is this
Samson was the sun god.
Hold on a second. That last image of that you were showing with that was a griffin. That's a griffin,
it's feet. Yeah, I always forget the feet.
It's a lion with wings, and it's got the bird feet, so that's a griffin.
This is from a Rosicrucian book.
Yeah, and the griffin was another symbolic character.
But see here the tetragrammaton in the sky, and then this is Hermes Trismegistus.
Oh, there he is.
Knowledge.
There's not much symbolism in it.
Is there a bunch of fasci in the background? Is that fasci sticks I see bundled together?
It does look like a fasci, but there's no X head on it.
Spears,
that's another image of the Roman Empire, though.
Oh, dang.
This is like the Rosicrucian, and it's a symbol of the machine made out of words. This is the symbol of it. You see, it's a machine. It's made out of words. And that's what the secret societies are in a way.
Hold on a second, Clint. Jin the Ninja, do you see anything in that last image? You see anything in this stuff we're talking about?
100%. Okay, like everything that you guys have shown, like I can name either a Vedic, Tantric, or Buddhist like equivalent. But I think that the lion symbolism was really interesting, especially with the griffin, because there's a deity who is, speaking of what Daniel and I discussed at the very beginning, he's an avatar of Vishnu. He's called named Naram Simha. So he is a lion-headed hero of the kingdom. So he would be at Kether, but in the hero density, so in an outer density. And he would stand there, and then the serpent, Rahu, would be in like a figure 8 around him, or you would see him have the 9 heads of the Seshnaga, so the 9 cobra heads that would be keeping him in the cycle. So in the cycle of birth and rebirth. And then in the machine, you have, I personally think it's like a very Kaaba, very like the cube at Mecca kind of like symbolism, where you have this, and also like in Tantra we have the Sri Yantra. So it is like 64. There are 64 triangles that are intermingling, and it's 64 very similar.
chest spaces, 64 chest spaces on the chessboard.
Oh yeah, exactly. There's 64 triangles with the Hercules thing. I've got a picture of it somewhere.
But this is the words, even the words, the idea of the machine being the words, that's very interesting, because in Tantra, that's what we would say as well, is like the 64 triangles represent the different bijas, the different syllables of God who spoke the words of creation. So you have this kind of idea that it's the words of creation, the secret words. So the secret mantra. So yeah, I'll let you guys keep going.
That's very interesting.
So hold on a second. Dr. Robert, do you see anything? Do you recognize any of these patterns we're talking about here with these secret societies and their use of these symbols?
Definitely. And in my segment, I mean, the synchronicities I'm recognizing right now is just got me giddy with excitement.
Yeah. What are you seeing?
Can you see the skull? The skulls right here.
Todd, you're on fire, man. And I like when you talk about like being open to the possibilities.
Yeah,
like
keep
not
the possibilities.
in your mind, but you're trying to manifest.
Oh yeah, that's incommensurability. The mathematician.
But you know what's interesting about that? It reminds me of Kierkegaard when he talks about the leap of faith. Basically, like those little risks. You know what I mean? Like that, because like Alan Watts was described faith as a courageous doubt.
Take
Like
that
even though
risk.
it might, you kind of have this intuition, but your
Yeah.
logical mind is trying to talk you out of it, right?
Yeah.
But something
Yeah.
deep
There it is.
inside, if I do this, I'm going to get exactly what I want, right? But a lot
Right.
of people allow their logic to talk them out of that, and they don't take the risk. So those risks
Yeah.
we're talking about, like being open to those possibilities, that's the
Yeah.
leap of faith.
Pushing through the fear.
That connects
Pushing through the
your
fear.
desire with the power of manifestation. So I thought you were
Yeah.
on fire, dude.
One thing that keeps people from achieving or getting what they want magically is they're actually afraid to get it. What they want, they're afraid of it.
Yes, a
So
block.
they drive it away. It's a paradox.
Yes, a block.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
They say they wanted, but they push it away. They don't allow it to come.
Because motherfuckers really don't know what they want.
Very true. That is so true, because a lot of times when we have bad experience in our lives, it's because that for whatever reason that's what we really want deep
We
down.
sabotaged ourselves. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, this is
What do we got here?
that thing Jin was saying earlier. This is 64 hourglass triangles.
Wow.
And I think this is the precursor to the checkerboard or the chessboard. And then you'll see the 12 labors of Hercules.
If you'll notice, those are those things that you're looking at right there. They're actually pyramids, as
Oh yeah.
above.
Well, I forgot to say
64
this.
things you're looking at, those are pyramids. seen from
This
above.
picture, this is an X-rayed picture of the Queen of England with John Dee, and you'll see that the skulls and this vial thing over here was taken out. The guy they were painted over it because of this anti-occult movement in England that destroyed the occult.
Kind of like the PMRC that tried to put record labels on records and hide the music.
That's Hercules too, as a child, and that as a kid, him and Horace both killed snakes when they were kids, and like
really.
And I think there was like a propaganda war in the ancient world where they had Hercules kill the lion in the story, and that the lion was a precursor Christian religion. And so they wanted to destroy Christianity.
Well, people mention all the time that Hercules, he wears a lion's skin around his shoulders in a lot of ancient images.
Yeah.
Have you ever seen that? As if he conquered the lion, as if Hercules conquered the lion. Meaning that the lion was the dominant religion 10,000 years ago, and the Hellenistic tradition took over and dominated the lion.
That was the Nemean lion.
Remember how that one definition said Jupiter was the three-formed, and one of them was Pan. This is the triple-headed thing of the Templars. They were said to have had a three-headed deity, but most likely they were just drugged, and then
that is some weird shit right there.
I wonder if
this
that
is
the same deity. Like
that could also be like
different cultures. Sorry,
wait, what's that?
Oh, I said that could also be like Janus, the god that's looking backward and forward.
Oh yeah.
Time.
Well, the witches always have the Hecate or whatever.
There's the three faces, exactly.
But this is the Hashashim. This is the assassins symbolism that was found in a Templar temple, and that it was proof that the assassins had infiltrated the Templars, and that the conspiracy was centered toward Saladin, who built the Temple Mount golden dome with and there's some Templar artifacts of the Christian Templars, the head of John the Baptist, the helmet. There's some pretty I got better pictures somewhere.
I was always troubled by the idea of what happened with the Templars when they supposedly dug under the temple in Israel, and then after they did that, they found something that caused them to deny the resurrection. Like, that's always troubled me, because I've always wanted to know what the hell that was, and if they really found something that proves that it's not true.
Well, I think they found that the initiation was the grip of the lion's paw when they went to Petra, and that there was a real there was a real a shamanistic initiation with mushrooms in a cave for 3 days, or even that dates back to the pyramid initiation, where they would take psychedelics and sit in the spot in the pyramid where the casket would have been, the sarcophagus.
Well, the history of the world is the gods came, they held the power, the knowledge, and they ruled over man. And they ruled directly on the throne, according to the old records. They were right there on the throne, ruling in front of man. And then they decided to pull themselves out of the spotlight and retreat into the background. And then they put men on the throne. I mean, that's ancient history.
Oh, yeah.
Put men that claimed to be the descendants. Their parents had sex with the gods somewhere down the line. And right up to the turn of the century, there's the sun god king system that existed, and China and Japan are examples where they had sun god king rulers right up to this century, that was back 2,000 years.
Well, even the Pope today is the god king.
About that shit?
What's that, Dr.
What's that?
You know what Nietzsche kind of says about that shit? Like Nietzsche kind of tells this story of the origin of God, right? And he said God came into being because you had a weaker guy born around a lot of lions, like a lot of strong men, right? And every time this guy would get some food, right, a strong man would come and just take it from him, just snatch it, Every time this guy would, get a woman into him or something like that, a big strong guy just, kick him in the face, kick dirt on him, take the girl,
kick sand in his face.
Yeah, exactly. Kick sand in his face, you know what I mean? Maybe defecate on him or some shit like that.
Oh shit,
so
that's like
so then this guy had to flee, right? So he runs off in the mountains somewhere, right, all alone, right?
Mm-hmm.
And, so he has time on his hands, right? And he can't really go around there where all the game is at because all the lions is down there, right? So he gets to fucking with these muscles, just like psychedelics and shit, right? So he's kind of like his brain, his brain is.
So he goes off, Dr. Robert, he goes off to a cave and takes some psychedelics all by himself.
Yeah.
He steals my girl and then takes a shit on me. I'm gonna be ready in the bushes with a knife.
Yeah, hear it out. Hear it out.
We're with you. Go for it.
Hear it out. So so he's in this cave and he has a lot of time on his hands, right? So he notices around this certain time there's always an eclipse and the sky goes dark, right?
Right.
So all of a sudden he starts thinking, right? I want to get back down there, but I have to control these stronger people, because if I don't control these stronger people, man, they're gonna fuck me up and I'm gonna be miserable as fuck, right? So he comes up with the idea of God, right? So right when this eclipse is about to strike, right, he runs down to the people in the population. He goes, God is angry with you. You have done evil things to your fellow man, and God is going to bring darkness upon you. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Sky goes black. Everybody fucking panics.
Totally.
Get on your knees, pray, repent. And then he becomes king of the world.
Right. Well, Dr. Robert, you remember when the conquistadors? Do you remember the conquistadors used that trick? They claim Columbus's crew used that trick on the natives. They knew when an eclipse was going to happen. If you've ever heard that story, they saved their lives.
Have not, man. Pray tell.
They convinced the natives that they knew when the sun was going. They knew when the sun was going to eclipse, and they convinced the natives that they were in with God because they could predict when the sky was going to go black, and they did it because they knew when the eclipse was going to occur.
Part of the legend of Quetzalcoatl was that there was a white bearded man that would come to South America, and that they knew that it was going to happen. That's what they show at the end of that Mel Gibson movie. What's that called?
But Columbus's guy, they knew that an eclipse was going to occur, so they used it on the natives. I've seen this story somewhere.
Oh yeah, I know what movie you're talking about. It has a weird name. I'm gonna look it up.
It's the movie with all the Mayan the Aztec sacrifices.
A Mel Gibson one, Apocalypto.
Thank you.
Yeah, Apocalypto. Yeah, at the scene where they're like walking and there's all the sick people, or maybe it's a little bit before that. They allude to them knowing about Quetzalcoatl, the Spaniards coming. They didn't know it was Spaniards, but they just knew they were bearded men that were going to come, and they predicted the exact day.
So, Dr. Robert, go on with what you were telling us about how they use their knowledge to. The guy uses his knowledge to come down and control people.
That's the story. I mean, like, you know, with that type of like emotional energy, and then the sudden terror of the sky going dark, right? And that's what they call it. Give me 1 second. And that's what they call. 1 second. And that's what they call a pattern interrupt, right? And this is something like I learned, like when I studied neurolinguistic programming for research purposes. Like if you have like a lot of times, man, you can like instill like a great amount of terror in individual was what are called a pattern interrupt. So if you have a guy always fucking with you, right? And you kind of go to him, you go, look, man, you know, I don't want any trouble, man. I'm just here with my lady tonight, you know, and I'm just trying to be cool, man. You know, let's just let it go, right? And you walk away, right? So that guy gets more confidence, right? You know, and you kind of let you go for a little bit, you know. Then he comes back again, you know. And you go, man, please, man, I just want to be with my wife, you know, and I just want to chill. I want to be with my girlfriend.
I don't want no trouble, mister.
I don't want any trouble, right? So then he comes over next, right? And next time you're like, get the fuck out of my face, motherfucker, before I reach down your fucking throat to pull out your house. Right? Like that. And that quick switch up completely catches him off guard. Because at one point he started buying into the belief that you were a pushover. Right. But then when you suddenly fucking snap on him, right? It induces a lot of air real quick. And at that moment, like, you can just overwhelm him with suggestion.
That's like when Sun Tzu in The Art of War, he says, when you're weak, pretend to be strong. When you're strong, pretend to be weak. So that the image is, oh, I'm weak, and they come and attack you, and then they put themselves out. You know, they fall into your fucking trap. So I'm with you. Yep, we're following it. Hell yeah.
But this quote though, it's about I forgot to name the book, but see, it's saying Jesus knew the secret that it restored Lazarus and others to life, and that he was the true type of master mason, for he possessed the philosopher's stone and elixir of life. Solomon did not, but the craft that lived before his day, when Melchizedek was the high priest. And see, that's important because the priesthood is the molten sea Melchizedek, and that the great
in Mormonism they have a degree called the Melchizedek priesthood.
Oh, so, wow, that's they probably stole that from Freemasonry.
Oh, they totally stole that.
Weren't the founders of Mormonism Freemasons?
Yeah, Joseph Smith.
Joseph Smith, his brother was, for sure. I haven't found an exact. I think he just read the books and copied it.
Joseph Smith was a Freemason. He was initiated into it, and there's even where they
Brigham Young.
But he did do that healing sign when he died.
No, he flashed the widow's son sign before he died, and somebody smuggled him a gun into a Carthage jail.
And you know what's interesting about that? Like earlier, Clint was talking about, you know, the Native Americans, them being a lost tribe of. Well, he didn't say that specifically, but the idea that they have these Masonic rituals, and basically Masonry is Judaism. Like it's the Hebrew occulted stuff. I mean, not specifically.
It's Kabbalah.
Call it hermetic.
Yeah,
it's hermetic.
It's a mystery school, that's for sure.
And so that lends credit to Joseph Smith being correct. The fact that they had these same traditions among their peoples that you find in the old world.
Oh yeah,
Joseph Smith had a completely different history of the Americas than we know today. He claimed that Jesus came to America and taught all the South American Indians and everyone, you know, the Christianity and
the Illuminati. They're meant to deceive the masses. That's what they do, and I think that he was Illuminati. Probably. I mean, he did use the seal. But he
was telling a similar story to like Madame Blavatsky and all the same ones about this pre-history that's being hidden.
Well, see how it says Illuminati? They use the symbol of the sun and the circle with the dot, but the symbol of the sun is the important part. You know, that's why communism uses a sun rising between two mountains. You know, because it is Illuminati. They
Yeah,
just don't.
the symbol was a circle with a dot in the middle for the Illuminati or whatever. That was their secret
Well,
symbol.
let's take a little break from the slideshow, which I'm enjoying quite a bit, by the way, and I think everybody else is as well. For it is time for our podcast within a podcast. Dr. Robert, are you ready to go down the rabbit hole?
Yes, I am.
All righty. I will turn over the ship's controls to you. Please begin.
How's everyone doing today? Before I begin, I'd like you to allow me to indulge in a little prayer. And this prayer was inspired by Rumi a bit, but we'll go into it. In my hallucinations, I saw Yimiya's flower garden. In my vertigo, in my dizziness, in my drunken haze, whirling and dancing like a spinning wheel. I saw you as the source of existence. You were there in the beginning, and you were the spirit of love. Now, I am sober. There is only this hangover and the memory of love, and only the sorrow. I yearn for happiness. I ask for help. I want justice. And then Yimiya says to me, look at me and hear me, because I'm here just for that. You are my moon and my moonlight too. You are my flower garden and my water too. From the brink of insanity, I have come all this way, eager for you, with only shoes and shirt. I want you to laugh, to kill all your worries, to love you, to nourish you. Oh, sweet bitterness, I will heal you. I will soothe you. I will shower you with roses. I too have been covered with thorns. I say, welcome to Down the Rabbit Hole with Dr. Robert, the podcast where one question can make you look tall and another question can make you look small, very small. My name is Dr. Robert, and I'm your host. Well, kind of. Danny Boy is the host with the most, and this show is just a mere segment of In the Days Radio. In today's episode 6, we are going to dive deep into our investigation on whether a secret Nazi cabal is transpiring in the U.S. corridors of political power and influence. When we last left off, we were exploring both Manson's hometown of Ashland, Kentucky, the mysterious Mothman sightings, and I believe the program ended right when we just started to compare the upbringing of Charlie Manson and the serial killer named Bobby Joe Long. Hootie-hoo! Hootie-hoo! That's the White Rabbit Kill Squad battle cry. So let's knuckle up and dive down the rabbit hole. White Rabbit Kill Squad, it's time to rock and roll. Gender confusion is a mismatch between their biological sex and their gender identity. This sense of unease or dissatisfaction may be so intense, it can lead to depression and anxiety and have a harmful impact on daily life. So interestingly, gender confusion seems to be another element Manson and Long had in common. Manson, with his short stature and baby face, made to wear a dress to school, Soto mentally raped by guards and other inmates at a succession of reformatories and prisons, and Long with actual female breasts associated problems related to endocrine dysfunction. But while Manson's experience of institutional life was devoted to prisons and reformatories, Long enlisted in the Army. It was an optimistic attempt at sorting out his life, but unfortunately, it ended badly. 6 months into enlistment, he crashed his motorcycle into a car while doing about 60 miles per hour, and he sustained substantial head injuries from which he suffered debilitating effects for the rest of his life, and which, after 2 years of bizarre behavior, put an end to his idea of a career in the armed forces. The neurological damage he experienced was severe, but went undiagnosed and untreated for more than 10 years, until after his arrest for multiple murders. This, ladies and gentlemen, was in addition to 4 previous head traumas, all experienced when Long was a child and before his chest surgery. The traumas were all related to falls and do not seem to be the result of abuse by his mother or other adults. The aggregate effect of this trauma was to severely affect his nervous system, contributing to blinding headaches, impaired vision, and other symptoms. The other symptoms were probably the most distressing. Long developed an enormous, uncontrollable sexual appetite, having sex with his young wife Cindy several times a day and then masturbating as well. God couldn't get enough of himself. He left the Army and had a job for a while as an X-ray technician, but lost that job when it was discovered he was making women undress for the X-rays. Finally, after a few more run-ins with the law, Long began a career as a serial rapist in Florida, using classified ads in local newspapers to troll victims. He would find an ad offering to sell furniture or other household items and would make an appointment to visit the seller during the day when it was most likely going to be a housewife who would answer the door. This man committed more than 50 rapes in this manner, unfortunately. The murders were committed largely upon women he picked up in bars, or more accurately, those who picked him up. He was angered by women who believed were manipulating him, and he detested prostitutes, which seems to be a hallmark of serial killers. So these women he raped and then murdered for a total of 9 victims. He was eventually caught after letting his later victim, a 17-year-old girl, bless her heart, go free, and he was sentenced to death in Florida. An examination by Dr. Dorothy Ortnow Lewis of the Medical Center at NYU shows severe damage to Long's brain in several places and concomitant neurological disorders. Long was brain damaged, and his crimes must be seen in light of this fact. The thorniest problem of modern jurisprudence is judging when acts become wholly voluntary or wholly involuntary, and where to draw the line. Young's testimony shows that he was aware that he was doing was wrong, but was unable to control his behavior. Our usual understanding of human will is that knowing an act is wrong automatically determines guilt when the act is committed. Since Long knew that the rapes and murders were wrong, he is therefore guilty, regardless of whether his limbic system permitted him to any degree of choice in his behavior. But the question remains, was Long willfully committing these crimes? Think that through. To answer that, we have to understand the degree to which all our behavior is willed or automatic. This is the crux of the problem. It was the focus of one of the 20th century's most ambitious explorations of the human mind. An exploration worthy of comparison to the search by Renaissance kings for the goddamn philosopher's stone, and will be the subject of a later episode on the CIA's mind control programs. Now, Central Park in Ashland is bounded by Central Avenue, 17th Street, Lexington Avenue, and 22nd Street. It covers 47 acres and was sold to the city of Ashland in 1900 by the Kentucky Iron, Coal, and Manufacturing Company for the tidy sum of $32,500. Towards the 17th Street side of the park, close to the intersection with Bath Avenue, you will find a string of 5 burial mounds called the String of Beads by the locals. These have been identified as belonging to the Adena culture and dated roughly 800 BC. In fact, according to the Archaeological Survey of Kentucky by W.D. Funkhauser and W.S. Webb, and quoted in the Kentucky Highlands Museum brochure, no city in the state of Kentucky contains more evidence of prehistoric occupation as the city of Ashland. If so, much of the evidence is already long gone. The mounds themselves have been opened by Dr. J.C. Montmollin in I might have this date wrong because I see a typo here, and we found to contain human bones and other artifacts. I knew nothing about these burial mounds in my grade school and college days, but their bizarre presence in the Central Park of Ashland, Kentucky, got my spider sense a tingling. I mean, a really tingling. This is where Manson grew up. Think about that. Did Charlie play on these mounds like the other children? Did he hear about the Indian legends and the human bones found in the mounds? Did mothers frighten their children with tales of buried Indian warriors coming back to life? What was it like growing up there in the 1960s? Apparently, there is a plaque there describing the mounds. It reads, String of Bead. These mounds are evidence of prehistoric occupation of this area. The mounds that remain here are thought to have been part of a series of mounds, which from the air resembled a string of beads, ranging in a regular line from 17th Street to 21st Street. In the 1020s, several of the mounds were opened and found to be burial sites. The archaeological conclusion was that the area was once the site of an ancient village. These mounds were restored in 1984 by Troop 154 BSA. Dr. J.C. Montmollin opened some of the mounds in 1870. Then in the 1920s,
Are you done, Dr. Robert? Hello? I do not hear him.
Fucking, they're shadow fucking with us, Daniel.
Did he just get cut off? All of a sudden, I heard him go quiet. I was choking on some nachos.
Man, I was getting into that too. I was listening intently into that. Dr. Robert, we can't hear you, buddy. Does it show on your phone that we can't hear you? Hang up, call back.
Let me try pulling him and putting him
Call
back. I heard him really quietly for a second.
Yeah, just hang up and call back. It happens to me once in a while on this StreamYard too, Daniel. But man, I'm digging this show, and let me tell you what, I dig Dr. Robert's segment so much. I want to team up with Dr. Robert on a couple of these stories he's digging into. I've read every John Keel book, and he was talking about John Keel the other day, Mothman prophecies and all that shit. He was going into some deep shit. I want to get together with him on that.
Let's see if he's back. Dr. Robert.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yep, we hear you.
I'm back.
Lost you for a
spooky.
second. Do you want to finish up?
Yeah, let's go.
Yeah, keep it going, buddy.
Okay. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So it seems someone was getting nervous, real nervous. In 1919, a huge Queen Anne-style home was moved in its entirety from Winchester Avenue and 17th Street to its present location at Central Avenue and 16th Street by a team of mules. The town's brochure acknowledges that this was an amazing feat of engineering. Anyone seeing the building would have to agree. This is not a ranch-style home lifted onto a fucking flatbed truck and shipped over state roads with little red flags at the corners and a white load sign. No, this is a very large, 3-story brick and stone edifice, replete with towers and turrets, and it was only moved 3 blocks away from its original position. Unfortunately, the inquisitive, the brochure does not say why, but it does refer to the house's electric and makes one mention of the one factor that caught my fucking attention immediately. Alone of all the houses in Ashland, the house, and here's those synchronicities, on 1600 Central Avenue is one sporting griffins. According to, once more, the town brochure, atop the house are 2 lion-like statues as griffins, which legendarily wards off evil spirits. That shit's crazy. One can't help but wonder why someone would go to all that fucking effort to move such a monstrosity only 3 blocks, a placement much closer to the string of beads, the plot thickens, than before, which raises a very interesting question. Why the fucking griffins? Why the fucking griffins? Apparently, there are 2 of these creatures, one at either end of the roof. They look less like lions than dragons, with long serpentine necks and bat-like wings, fierce expressions, mouth open, and long tongues sticking out like the goddess Kali. The griffins look outward from the roof, as if to protect the house from outside forces. It's kind of reminiscent of the Ark of the Covenant and its 2 seraphim, which are also winged creatures and which also are situated on either side of the arch cover or roof. The town's brochure, in fact, was quite explicit in identifying the creatures as griffins and explains their purpose as the warding off of evil spirits. This raises another question. My spider's tense is tingling fiercely. Are there evil spirits in Ashland, Kentucky. Kenneth Grant, a serious and well-respected English occultist, author of numerous books on Aleister Crowley, Austin Osman Spare, H.P. Lovecraft, and ceremonial magic, that are a fascinating, sometimes exhilarating, and sometimes bewildering mixture of Western Hermeticism and African and Asian occult practices, has this to say. The Narragansetts of the New England region, the Adena, Ohio, the Nittany Dog Rib Indians of California are known to have forged links with entities spawned in Mauve Zone and in outer rings of Yagath. The Mauve Zone is Grant's term for the abyss, to be discussed in more detail in another episode. It's also, in Grant's words, a supreme power zone of magical fucking energy. Imagine that. The abyss, for purposes of this citation, may be considered as the realm of demonic beings, the outer rings of Yagath, as reference to Lovecraft's tales. If Funkhauser and Webb are to be believed, Ashland was the busiest Adena site in the Commonwealth. The 5 burial mounds in Central Park would be the tip of an ancient iceberg of mounds and other earthworks, many of which were destroyed as the town was growing. Ashland was founded by 2 Revolutionary War officers, the Polge brothers, George and Robert, no relation, 1786. The town brochure is swift to point out that the Polge family was of Scottish-Irish descent. They established what was then called Polge's Landing on the Ohio River, the town that would later become Ashland, Kentucky. The Polge family was in complete control of the town for more than 50 years. In 1854, the Polges joined with some Ohio developers, the brothers Hugh, Thomas, and John Means, and formed the Kentucky Iron, Coal, and Manufacturing Company, the same company that sold the burial mounds to the newly incorporated city of Ashland. The city was named after the home of statesman Henry Clay, a native Virginian who moved to Kentucky when he was 20, married into Kentucky society, and was the veteran of a few presidential campaigns, which he lost, although he was better known as U.S. Senator deeply involved in the slavery issue. In 1854, the same year that Kentucky Iron was formed and the city incorporated in Ashland, the town itself was designed with Central Park and the mounds in the middle, and streets running parallel and perpendicular to it. Ashland became a typical small American town with unmarked graves of ancient Adena people at its heart. What became the rest of the Adena sites is unknown, but it's safe to speculate that there were many mounds in the general vicinity of the string of beads, and that some of the houses in town are probably built on top of them. If there are evil spirits in Ashland, one wonders if they would be the souls of the ancient dead, whose millennia-old sleep has been disturbed by fucking businessmen and goddamn Boy Scouts, or by the blood sacrifice of Neil, Kraft, and Ellis. The strange case of the murder of 3. One of the things the town brochure will not tell you, ladies and gentlemen, is that Ashland was the site of a horrible crime that was committed in 1881 and which had repercussions for many, many moons after. It reads today like the worst modern mass murder, and indeed the killings radiated outward from the original deaths to encompass a few more before all the fucking dust settled. On December 24th, 1881, Christmas Eve, a house was discovered on fire at what's now Carter Avenue and 28th Street, about 7 blocks from the mounds. It was a little before dawn, about 5 a.m., and the home of J.W. Gibbons' family was being consumed by flames. Neighbors rushed to the home, smashed open windows, dived into the house to save who they could, but to no avail. The 3 children were already dead. And the plot thickens on the next episode of Down the Rabbit Hole with Dr. Robert and In the Days Radio. Same rabbit time, same rabbit channel. White rabbit kill squad war cry. Hootie hoo!
Alrighty. Thank you, Dr. Robert. That was excellent as usual. We will talk to you again very soon, later this episode. So I did want to just run through a few things real quick. If you could humor me for a moment. I got some news stories to talk about. I'm not going to spend a whole lot of time on them. I want to get through them quick because we need to get to our 2024 predictions segment that I promised everybody. I do apologize. Like, I'm out of sorts today. And what I mean by that is not only did I wake up with just some of the most horrible pain that I've had in a while. And surprisingly, this isn't from doing like martial arts or anything fun. All these horrible injuries I have are just from working my ass off, putting heavy things on my shoulders, heavy things on my back, and just overall overworking myself, pushing myself too hard. And it sucks because I have to deal with this pain for the rest of my life. And people that want to criticize me for doing a little pot or anything, fuck them. They do not know what it's like to be me. They do not know what it's like to feel this way. And I know I should find some other means of relieving my pain, but for now I'm going to stick with the pot because not only does it help with my pain, but it gets me high. It has that twofold effect. At any time that I'm having technical difficulties, like I update my computer and my camera stops working, that really throws me off. And I just start feeling negative. I'm like, oh man, my perfect show, it's ruined. And I beat myself up over it and it just throws me off. Not only that, but we had a guest that didn't show up, somebody who contacted me. And you know how I get when that happens. I get angry, I get hangry. But the truth is we don't really need guests on this show. It's just something that we have to keep things fresh and exciting. But I mean, the regular people that come on this show are oftentimes better, at least as good, if not better, than the guests we bring on. So it's not really a big deal. Just when things don't go perfect and my precious show, I get angry. I poop my diaper. All right, moving into the news. So we talked about the crisis at the border and how it's turning into this whole federal versus state thing. They're actually, I think, Biden, the daughter molester, he's actually talking about sending the National Guard down there. And that probably won't work because there are laws that say that you can't really do that. So right now it's just kind of a lot of talking going back and forth. But I seen previews for that Civil War movie. And from what little I seen, they show this politician there and the reporters are asking him, oh, do you feel bad about bombing this and that part of America? And he's like, no, hell no. We had to suppress these weirdos. I wonder if they're starting to create a narrative. I know for a long time now, since probably before even the turn of the century, I'm talking about the 90s, like late 90s at least, people were talking about how the NWO had this plan they were working on. The next thing they were going to do was go after the gun owners, the militias, anybody that might have the possibility of rising up against the New World Order. And right now that's what they're doing. They're targeting the young people. They're infecting their minds. They're building this case for, like, we got to do something about these MAGA idiots that are pulling out guns and collecting guns and being ridiculous. They hate gays, they hate trans people, and they have guns. We got to put a stop to them, right? That's kind of the narrative that you see forming in the background. But we got to be smarter than that. Now, collectively, is that possible? I don't know. I've been doing this show for like 10 years or over 10 years with the purpose of waking up humanity. And I'm sure that we've gotten through to quite a few people. But as far as waking up humanity, I think we might need Jesus or something far more powerful. But we'll see. We'll keep trying. We're not giving up. One at a time. If we can just free one person from this matrix, it's all worth it. Okay, so we'll see how that plays out. Maybe the whole thing's a big distraction with some agenda type purpose, right? The agenda keeps rolling. That's what they say. The news changes, the topics change, but the agenda continues. We have these little victories here and there, but the agenda continues. And ain't that the truth? Seems like Kim Kardashian's teaming up with Balenciaga, the company that had the ads with the little kids and the little babies and toddlers and S&M gear and stuff like that. Pretty horrific, but no surprise coming from the Kardashian camp. They seem to always be mixed up in all this like psyop type of stuff. Very, very strange. I know Kanye West has said things to the effect of the family was like imprisoning his mind. They're like keeping tabs on him and mentally manipulating him. I believe it. I think there's something really weird about that whole situation. Not to mention that Caitlyn Jenner was one of the first trans people who kind of started this whole thing and got the ball rolling, and it's eclipsed Caitlyn Jenner, and it's turned into a completely different thing. It's turned into like I see transgender men walking down my street. That's what it's turned into. Like I saw this guy wearing a dress, he had a beard, he had a dog with him, with a scarf on. The next day I saw a guy with tits. They're just everywhere. And I don't have anything against them. That's their thing, that's their freedom, that's their right. But I just can't help but notice that the agenda is rolling out. It's rolling. Hold on a second. What was that, Jin? You're not a fan of the trans, it sounds like.
I feel like okay, so there's a Twitter mutual I have whose name is Neobacterian. Everybody can go follow him, Basil. And he also has a podcast, which I've never been on, but and nor am I trying to go on it, but I really like him. And he says that all politics really comes down to the TQ, the trans question. And I feel like I'm personally consider myself an anti-leftist, but I don't consider the left like a political commitment. I see it more as a social commitment. It's more of a commitment to the idea rather than a form. So I think that the only thing that we really can do if you want to live in like reality, like a form reality, not just like a idea reality, is that we have to reject the TQ. And I know that people will think that's mean, but I think that that's honest. And I think that that is, people can do whatever they want, but people, the state should not be paying for it. And a lot of these surgeries are publicly funded. I think that that's wrong. And I think that it's also wrong to I think that to indoctrinate children into it is also very wrong. So, people want to get mad at me. My opinion on that's quite well known. So, but I just think it's really important. I think we need to reject it. I think you have to be able to say like a man is a man, a woman is a woman, a trans person is not the gender that just because you say you're a gender doesn't mean you are. That's just my opinion, but I think that that's honest. So, that's where I'm at with it. I totally reject the TQ as like a kind of a valid paradigm. Now, am I saying to round everybody up and they go into gulags? No, I think that that's crazy. And
yeah, that looked crazy. Imagine all those guys and they're all in their dresses and they're all like in a camp together.
Well, exactly. But I do think that there is something, there is an intersection where how uncomfortable people are with it between the TQ and sort of like this, kind of NAMBLA, weird, lolly, there is like some numbers to back that up. It's not just conjecture.
You're saying it has some pedo connotations.
Yes, I mean, I was trying to do it. I'm a guest on your show, Daniel. I'm not trying to like blow you up. But I'm trying to say it delicately, but that's probably better to speak frankly. So yes, I personally think it does. And I think all like sexual identities are pretty fake. Like, the reality is it's like the 99% of people are heterosexual for all of human history. That's just the norm. People just need to get over it. Like, whatever you identify as, that's pretty fake to me. Just like live your life. Okay, that's fine. You don't need a special protected identity in the law. I think that that's probably not a good governance solution. I think that when we seek the state for certain solutions, I think it turns out very poorly, because I think that they try and always manage the outcomes, like dialectical management. And so I think that that has turned out really poorly. And I think that combining that with public education, and I'm not saying like I'm not a pro public education person, just because I think that it's probably better to have community-based solutions for that. And so you don't necessarily, I mean, I understand why there's a curriculum guidelines. I'm not like a totally impractical like libertarian who's like saying, oh, we need to get rid of everything. There is even a place for standardized testing. There is even a place for certain kinds of, what kids are good at and what they should be doing. Maybe there is like a system that could be made. But as it exists, it just seems very strange to me that, like, I think you and I are around the same. I know you're slightly older than me, but
How old are you?
Well, I'm in my mid 30s. We'll just say that. So
Yikes, I'm 41.
I know, but I think
It
well,
sucks.
we're not far. Okay, so like I'm like 7 years, so not that far, and I just think that when we were growing up, like, yes, maybe you knew one or two, but like it was pretty rare, I have to say. Like, it was very uncommon, and the people that I knew that were extremely autistic. And it's not a pejorative, I'm just, that is the reality. And they were girls, they were not men. But the shift that we have seen is quite disturbing, and it is quite invasive. And you cannot compel speech. I'm very against that. You cannot compel someone to, like, you can, especially in law. I just think that that's incorrect. And I think that it goes against people's free will. And I also think it goes against, I think that's like casting a spell, because words are magic. So, people have to be able to identify their own reality. It can't just be like someone else determines it for you at all times, because that's not knowing your will either, right? So no one can really determine what pronouns like you use for them. That's total bullshit, my opinion. And I also just don't think it's real. Like, I just don't think the trans stuff's real. I think that you mean people can live however they want, like, just stay away from kids, like, but do whatever you want, I guess. If you're a grown up and you want to pay for it yourself, that's fine. But
Sadly, it feels like kids are the main objective here. Like, everything that we see seems to be focused around kids. It's either teaching them certain things or coming up with laws that take control of the children away from their parents and places it into the hands of the state, which is disturbing on a whole nother level, because that's almost like a Hitler Youth sort of thing.
Yes, absolutely. And I know you guys have talked a lot about that on the show, and like sometimes heatedly, but I think that that's totally a great way to frame it. And I think that that is the intention. I mean, I think we're in the midst of Operation Lockstep right now. And I think that, there is definitely a spiritual component. This is definitely a spiritual warfare. And I think that we have seen these kind of eunuch priest casts in the past, especially associated with like snake goddesses. Ardampasa comes to mind, who's a Scythian snake goddess. Her priests were all eunuchs, raised as children as eunuchs. So there is something very interesting here, and very like kind of disturbing, really, even though I'm not like one of those people who's like Manichean, like, that I kind of like am flexible with black magic and stuff. Like, it doesn't fundamentally bother me. I don't put it in those categories per se of good and evil. I just try and look at the things as they are.
Yeah, and I
But
think we kind of share a perspective on that. I mean, I can flip back and forth a little bit where, um, I can get kind of freaked out. Like if I deal with something demonic, it can kind of push me into the, you know, the Christian paradigm of, oh my
mhm,
God, I got to stay away from this stuff.
mhm.
But overall, I think that we share the same perspective on that. I just feel that, excuse me, there was a point where we're kind of you could call it like the dark ages, or you can look at what happened with Islam. There were periods of times where the knowledge of other cultures was suppressed. You could call them idol smashers, where they go in and they take all the holy books, they smash the idols, they rob entire peoples of their cultures, and that's happened a lot of times, and it's always associated with genocide. So I don't think that closed-minded approach is, I don't think it's right. I don't think it's of the light.
I totally agree with you, and I think that you're totally right. But to bring it back to something that Clint was talking about when he was discussing with Todd about how I know he calls it the mystery school, I call it tantra, but it's really we're talking about the same thing. And the idea is, even though ideas superficially get destroyed, or idols get destroyed, or people conquer other people, things do go underground. And that is the story of Tantra. And that is the story of all the religions. And there is kind of a perennial garden, just like in the Garden of Pomegranates by Ramak. So the idea is that God gave man these seeds to plant in the world and in the ground, and they have to bloom it and make of it what they will. And so, in all religions, and obviously in Masonry as well, there is elements. Now, it doesn't mean that every single part of them is telling the truth. It's like when people read like Crowley, he lies a lot, and that is a
Yeah.
thing in that is just a thing in magical texts. Not all magical texts are as like transgressive as his, in the sense that they don't all, like, if you read, okay, so like something that I've been reading is the Ars Notoria to prepare for a show, which is already something I was already familiar with. Now, there's nothing nefarious in the Ars Notoria. It is literally just means the art of letters, or the art of seal making. But it talks a lot about, you need to understand the Bible extremely well in order to make sense of the things in the Ars Notoria, as well as you need to understand the greater keys of Solomon, because it often references them. It often references Agrippa, and it often references other books in the lesser keys. So you really have to have, like, there's a whole like universe that you need to sort of cipher out the true meanings. And really the higher, or the more inward densities, if you want to use that metaphor, are really found through practice or praxis. And praxis is really the meeting of wisdom and method. That's what we call it in Buddhism. But another way, or a Kabbalistic way to understand it, is the synthesis between Binah and Chokmah. So intelligence, or which also would be method, and wisdom, which is a wisdom science. So you're meeting together at death and creating something. You are doing a surgical process in order to get closer to God. Now, that is where those more occulted or more esoteric meanings, that is where they are, is in the practice. And if you're doing the practices, you are going to have more access to the meanings. Now, if you're not doing the practices, yes, you can get to a certain degree or certain level of understanding, but it will never be as full. So I think that there's something really interesting there about using the text to put different things together, and how they have done it. Like whoever they are, like the archons, I've called them the dark triad. I've heard other people say there's many names for them, but I think that um, whatever they have been doing is kind of a not a synthetic process of putting things that don't fit together, but they put things that are hidden together, that are meant to go together. They are reconstructing something. Now, if you want to call it a Babylonian tree or something else, that's fine. That's kind of how I see it, as kind of like the original Persian tree from like the maybe the 1st or 2nd century. And all these different religions took little pieces of them, took seeds maybe, and dispersed it throughout Central Asia. And it did enter Africa, and it did enter all these other things. And you can find, like you guys were talking about with the indigenous sort of flags, and like you can see in the Mi'kmaq flag is a Templar flag. It even has the star the crescent moon, and the upside down sword, which also could be a cross. But you have a lot of these stories about Jesuit priests coming to Canada. I'll use my example, who got into magical battles with different chiefs and medicine people, and the Jesuits would prevail. And then what would happen is the chiefs would convert. So you do see these kind of secret medicine societies and like these kind of more occulted, maybe Catholic orders kind of converging. So there is something very interesting there, and there's a whole history of secret medicine societies in Canada, and I haven't really heard very many people do kind of like a decode of that. So that might be interesting if you find someone.
Interesting. Thank you, Jin. That was fascinating. Love talking to him. What would be cool though is if he got on camera and like wore a ninja suit or some kind of crazy looking anime cosplay with like LED lights and stuff like that. Man, that'd be badass. So moving on, just wanted to talk a couple more news stories real quick. I'll bring Todd on for this one and let him comment. What's going on, Todd? You still present in the flesh?
Oh, hell yeah. I would not miss this. This is incredible.
Agreed.
Jin the Ninja, Clint Aestwood, Dr. Robert, all the most incredible personalities on here. I am loving this.
They're so gonna kill us, right? I mean, we got great minds, great researchers, geniuses on here, all putting their minds together.
I want Clint here every show. Or I want Clint every show, Dr. Robert every show, and Jin the Ninja every show. We need your insight, Jin. I've listened to you on General Lee's show for every episode. I've listened to your podcast. I'm sad you only have 2 of them, because if you had 3 episodes, I'd heard that already. But put this one on there, Jim. And
Lee would be with us too, but he lives in the UK, so it's really hard. He has to stay up until like 2 a.m. just to come on here for like 10 minutes.
Damn it. Yeah, I love General Lee. But Jin, you come on here every chance you can, my man, because love your presence. You are such a powerful mind. You're putting your mind on these topics. I love it. Yeah, so Daniel, what do you want to ask or talk about for a second?
So next news story, I just wanted to talk about our buddy Vladimir Putin a little bit. He says that, the plane that was carrying 65 Ukrainian prisoners meant for exchange was not shot down by Russia. It was shot down by an American or French missile. What do you think, Todd? Do we believe Putin, or is he lying? Is he trying to make himself and his nation look like the good guys here? What's going on? Are they the good guys?
So he said the Ukrainians shot down the plane that was carrying their own POWs in it. That's what Putin
basically
said.
Yeah, they're going to exchange them as prisoners of war, I believe.
So the Ukraine used American or French missile systems, or missiles, is what you're saying, Daniel.
I believe that's what's meant here, because I don't think we have troops fighting there. We're just giving them tons and tons of weapons, which,
and
what's
the Ukraine doesn't make missiles, so yeah, everything they have, we're giving them. Yeah, that's really sad. What's really sad is Putin would have accepted a peace negotiation early on into this 3-year-old conflict. The United States and England would not allow Ukraine to come to a peace agreement. So we forced them to keep fighting. This thing's so goddamn phony, it makes me sick to my stomach. These people have taken how much money from our economy, Daniel, and given it to Ukraine to fight Russia, and they have not won, they've lost. So all that money is gone. Ukraine,
it has to be part of this destabilization process from the elite. Yeah. Not only are they, going back to the border topic, not only are they trying to let all these people in, destabilize the economy. It really affects poor people, and it really affects the people that immigrated here before, many of them legally. Like, who does this hurt? This hurts the Mexican communities or I'm sorry, the Hispanic communities in America. This hurts the Black community. This hurts the poor white community. These are the people that get hit the hardest, not the rich liberals. They're all altruistic about themselves and think this is okay. This is hurting the poor. And then not only that, Todd, but you're right.
Yeah.
What's going on in Ukraine? I've looked at maps that shows a literal hell. They call it hell zone, where the two sides are meeting in the middle. The field of battle, the lines. That's hell going on right there. And they're just trying to fight for small little bits and pieces of territory, just foot by foot. It's like World War I or something like that. And then over in Israel, we're giving tons of money to Israel to basically commit a genocide. So between the two, how are we going to have any money left? And then there's stuff brewing over with China. It's insane.
Man, these guys are sick son of a bitches, in my opinion. They're sick son of a bitches. When Trump was president, we had no wars anywhere. The most he did was he fucking blew up Soleimani, if you remember, the Iranian general, and then our fucking Pentagon or whatever dropped bombs over in Syria, and killed a couple Russian guys. But man, when Trump was president, we had peace. The minute Biden came in there, we had fucking full tilt war, because war pigs love Biden. Biden and the military complex are best friends. They love him. He loves them. Fucking everybody gets paid off. It's sick shit that's going on.
He does whatever they say.
In Israel and Gaza right now, this is the sickest thing in modern history. This whole thing is going to go down as the sickest thing you've ever seen. 1,200 people got killed by terrorists on October 7th. So let's go kill 20,000 people or 30,000 people that don't have anything to do with it. Let's completely level villages and cities, because that makes it even, right? Man, this is sick. They got pictures of people buried in rubble with their arms going, help me out of this 10 tons of concrete.
Yeah,
There's
kids,
no fucking
too.
bulldozers,
Animals.
kids, women. Man, this shit is sick, what's going on right now. The world has got some serious dark demons sitting over the top of it. War pigs.
I agree, Todd. I agree. So moving on, let's keep the ball rolling. Let's not linger. Like in Lord of the Rings, remember they're in the mines of Moria, and they're just kind of like hanging out, and Gandalf is getting all stressed out, and he's getting anxiety. He's like, we shouldn't linger here. We shouldn't linger. Let's get going, guys. Get off your butts. Let's go. And then all of a sudden you start hearing like these drums starting up. And then the fellowship, they're just fucked, right? Because here come the goblins. Here come the what are those things? The Balrog. Okay, so I want to get into this. I have other news stories, but you know what? They're not that important in comparison to what we're going to do next. So what we're going to do next is we are going to go round robin style, as promised, and we're going to let everybody here. Whoops, drop my phone. We're going to let everybody here make a prediction for 2024. So if you're in the backstage and you don't have any predictions, you don't have to have one. You could just say I don't have one. That's fine. But if you want, use this time to think about what you think is going to happen. Predicting the future isn't easy, and I'm not doing this with the intent of portraying me or us as some kind of prophets. I'm not trying to go into like become a cult leader or mystify everybody by like having some kind of accurate prediction. And like I've said before, sometimes I get information from spirits. They're probably demons, and they do lie a lot. So I would never like take anything they say to me as fact, even though there's even been times when they've pointed out things on the show and I've mentioned them, and it was almost like a supernatural occurrence because I kind of knew what was going on, or I brought up something that's happened like 2 or 3 times. But that's besides the point. So I'm going to go ahead and make my predictions. I'll start things off, and then we'll just go round robin and go to everybody and see what they have to say. And then at the end of the year, we'll tally it all up and we'll see if we had any hits. And admittedly, I pretty much stole this whole thing from Coast to Coast AM and Art Bell, but who cares? Art Bell sadly he has passed away. We learned recently he was a Freemason, which is disturbing. But in any case, he's passed away, and this is done to honor him. And this show was around when Art Bell was still alive. And from what I heard, Art Bell really liked this show. So I'm doing this kind of as a tribute to him. And I'll go ahead and get started. So again, I don't know if this is true. This was told to me by a spirit, but it said, watch out for Inauguration Day. Watch out for Inauguration Day. And I guess you could say that Inauguration Day would technically be the following year, but the election happens this year, so I'm still going to count it. Something is going to happen on Inauguration Day. I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's going to be like an assassination attempt or some kind of weird demonstration, or maybe a UFO is going to pop up. Maybe a sniper up in the stands will shoot Trump in the head, and then he'll heal the wound. He'll come back to life and resurrect himself and present himself as the beast of Revelations or something like that. I don't know, but something's supposed to happen on Inauguration Day. And I just want to use this opportunity to kind of put that out there. If something does happen, it can look back and say, hey, cool, right? I am predicting a Trump win in the election. I think that just what Todd was talking about, some of the military actions. I know Trump wasn't a heavy like agenda guy or a big war guy, but I think given what's going on with other nations like China, I feel like, I've said this before, I think that they want somebody with more of that type of personality to be in office. And, they got to get the military riled up, and the military aren't going to follow Biden. They would probably turn their tanks right around and go home and say, you know what, fuck you, you pedo. We are not going to war. But if Trump's up there, I think most of our troops kind of lean in that MAGA direction. So that would be more logical in enacting these wars and things that come. And that goes to my next prediction, which are more wars, basically. I think that we're going to see at least 2 more conflicts, if not 3, if not 4, starting up in different pockets of the world. Chad Warren, he said in the chat that things are very chaotic right now. I agree. I think that's going to intensify. I think that we are going to see many, many more conflicts breaking out all around the globe. And that's it. Those are my 2024, early 2025 predictions. We'll see if I get any hits. Hey, I'm not a prophet. I'm just a guy. I'm just a guy who is a little bit more awakened than the average sheeple. And we'll see what fruits my predictions bear. Let's see. Who should we go to next? Let's just go right back to Todd, and then we'll just continue right around. Todd, are you in the mood to make some predictions?
Oh, hell yeah. I'm predicting all day long. Let's see. I predict the Democrats are going to try to steal the election again, like they've been doing for the last 4 years. They're pushing us towards a civil war because they are stealing elections. Trump was probably officially elected in 2020, but it didn't happen. So the Democrats got control and moved us closer to World War III, which they love. War pigs love that. Globalists love that. China fucking probably owns Biden, so they just love this shit. So I'm predicting that we're going to continue to move closer to war. If they steal the election successfully like they did in 2020 and Biden wins, then there won't be World War III. But if Trump is showing signs that he's going to take it all, probably World War III will happen towards the end of 2024, so they can maybe postpone the election. Some governments like the Ukraine has postponed all elections because of the war. So they don't even allow opposition parties. Only Zelensky and his party is allowed in Ukraine right now. So I predict more wars, lots of wars. Trump didn't have enough wars, so now that he's gone, they need more wars, blow up all of our stockpile. We have no stockpiles. So if they officially tried to invade us right now, we'd be out of ammo. But I also predict that Taiwan is going to be in a real spooky spot here shortly, because China is saying we're coming for you, and they know Trump's coming in. If Trump gets in there, then China is less likely to invade Taiwan. If Biden gets in there, you can write Taiwan off, in my opinion. Israel Gaza thing. They want to push Gaza, like all the Palestinians, just out of that whole area. If they get their way, Israel, they would just be rid of all Palestinians. So they're going to try to continue to push all the Palestinians into Europe and the United States. And they're already trying to just bring all these people here from everywhere and populate our country with people that aren't exactly what you'd call natural born American citizens. Yeah, they love that. That's the Democrats for you. Keep it coming. The globalist one world deep state. What's something weird that's going to happen? I think that they're going to, if Trump gets in, we can hold off the New World Order. If Biden gets in, they're coming in full tilt. So make your pick. Vote for Trump and fucking maybe you can hold these guys off. Vote for Biden and slide into the New World Order.
What if Nikki Haley wins?
If Nikki Haley wins, Biden and her will be hugging and we'll all be sliding into the New World Order. She's a globalist. She's a one world government. She's the ambassador to the United Nations. Yes. She's the George Bush to Ronald Reagan. Reagan didn't like George Bush, but they made him take George Bush as a vice president, and then he almost got assassinated. If you remember, George Bush almost became president while Reagan was president because they wanted Bush in there. They know we don't like globalism. The globalists all met at Davos. They're kind of resigning themselves to the fact that Trump's probably going to win this son of a bitch. And so what I thought was funny was the Davos, when they met this year, their theme was gaining back the trust of the people. That was the theme of the world billionaires.
At least they're acknowledging that they lost
How can we gain back the trust of the people? Well, don't lie to them to begin with and try to enslave them, you bitches. So hopefully the people can wake up and fight off these fucking globalist one-woman sons of bitches that we got breathing down our throats.
Todd, are you seeing this?
I predict.
Are you seeing this real quick? Al, Martian Medicine Man, he's saying, I am not giving away my secrets. He's going to withhold from us.
Yeah, he does that too. He's like that. Some people are. He's a fantastic guitarist. He's very intelligent. He won't give you many tricks. Like if you say, Al, show me how to play a couple of those riffs. He really doesn't want to show you, you know. He's one of those guys. If you said, Todd, show me some of those riffs, I'd show you, you know, some of my crappy riffs. Two different people there.
He's acting like a Freemason. He's withholding from us.
Well, he doesn't want to give China everything because our government's already probably given China all of our nuclear secrets, and our government's left the border open, so we're filled with terrorists and Chinese and Russians and everybody that hates us and putting them on welfare. They don't even have to work, Daniel, these goddamn spies. The Biden administration brings anybody here and puts them on welfare. And puts them up
I have to work while Mr. TikTok influencer is buying their new mansion, and these OnlyFans girls are buying mansions, but I have to work. I have to slave.
But you gotta work.
Everything.
Yeah, you have to work. You can't stop working. And then they're not snooping on them. They're trying to protect they're trying to protect their privacy, the illegal aliens. But you as an American, fuck, we've got to give you a colonoscopy, find out everything about you. Illegal aliens, we don't need to know your name. Don't even give us a passport or ID or anything. We don't want to know. We believe you and we love you. Fuck you. Fuck you, hypocrites.
Exactly.
So,
alrighty, Todd. Anything else before we move to the next?
No, but bring me back on before the show's over, please, if you're able. But on predictions,
absolutely.
That's pretty much it. I think I sense, you know, they're bragging this week about how, wow, the stock market's booming. It's never been higher. The only people in the fucking stock market is the rich people that are rigging the goddamn system. That's why it keeps booming and getting higher, and it's never been more incredible. Everybody else is dealing with the price of fucking living that's going through the fucking roof. Wondering why you can't go down to your fucking McDonald's and get a value meal for your family anymore. You can't even buy a goddamn cheap value meal anymore for your family.
Yeah, you go to McDonald's, it's like if you buy stuff for like 4 people, you'll be pulling out $100 bill.
It's like you went to Sizzler or something, getting a goddamn fucking soy burger.
Yeah, McDonald's is the price of Denny's, and Denny's is the same price it's always been.
Let's get the fuck out. And then Denny's is getting dirtier and dirtier because they're not making enough money to clean behind the counters. You know, they have half the staff they used to. I'm just really sick what these globalists have done to us. I'm sick of these bastards.
All right, Todd. Thank you very much. That was very insightful. And I think he's probably going to have some hits in there. I'd love for Al to come on and share some predictions for the future. I mean, I kind of had him in mind, when I was dreaming up this segment. So hopefully he decides that we are worthy and he hops on here. And Max Cole too. Where's he been? Why doesn't he hop on here with us and tell us some of his predictions as well? It's been a long time since we've had him on here. I'd love to know what he thinks about what's coming. But let's go ahead and speak with the good doctor. He is live. Dr. Robert, paging Dr. Robert.
What's up, man?
Hey. So, the upcoming year, what do you think, Dr. Robert? Are we in for hell or are we in for heaven?
Remember, on a couple of shows we talked about, like, I believe we manifest reality. So what I would like to do basically is encourage people to perhaps manifest some strategic heart attacks, and we won't have to deal with either choice. It's always that anomaly. Like, everybody get together and just visualize that the 2 choices we have that can destroy the world, just have a heart attack or 2. I mean, let's try to focus on an outcome that will benefit everyone in the planet instead of focusing on an outcome that's going to destroy the world or, kill a lot of people on the planet, and fall right in line with what some people might call the globalist agenda, when all we can do is just use our creative energy and manifest a few heart attacks. But that's my position, and I'm done.
All righty. Thank you, Dr. Robert. Very, very good. Planned heart attacks, that is definitely something they can do. Skate and Destroy was saying that. Let's look at that again. He thinks they're going to activate whatever. Oh, wait, hold on. I forgot. Not supposed to talk about that. Sorry, Skate and Destroy. We read your comment, but we've got to keep these airways clean from that one topic. And it's not something I'm happy about. I know people are complaining about it. Oh, Daniel won't let us talk about that. He won't let anybody talk about it. It's not me. It's that if I do allow that, we will get yanked and we'll have to start over. And that sucks. I mean, eventually that's probably what's going to happen anyways, right? But why push our luck? We don't have to talk about that. What are we going to talk about the same thing every week anyway? When it was happening, we talked about it all the time. Hop on social media. I talk about it all the time. But no, we will not talk about that tonight. Let's see some of these other comments from Chad Warren. Good to see Chad Warren in here. I certainly like the idea of us picking a focus thing to manifest, but we should make it positive. Certainly, I think that there's a lot of power in that, especially if we can just get a lot of awakened people together. That's another purpose behind this show, is to kind of collect that intent together. Skate and Destroy says, I get it. Sorry for bringing it up. No worries, man. It's not even you. Don't even think that. It's not you. It's like, it's something that is present and just a major part of our reality right now, and something that should be talked about. Like, is this right? No. We're getting slapped down because we just want to talk about that fucking elephant in the room. Yeah, it makes me mad because it goes against everything that I'm about and who I am. Censorship. I am not the type of person that lets anybody do that to me or do that to this show. And yeah, it pisses me off that I have to have any sort of cuffs on me because that's not who I fucking am. I'm the opposite of that. Sorry. Oh, calm down. 1, 2, 3, 3, 2, 1. 1, 2, 3, 3, 2, 1. No, it goes 3, 2, 1, 1, 2, 3. What the heck is bothering me? Right, from that family member episode. And then at the end, Urkel just like destroys Carl's whole garage. And he tries to do the 3, 2, 1, 1, 2, 3. What the heck is bothering me? And then he looks at Steve and he goes, "It's you!" And then he just rages at him. Sorry, I love that show. Alrighty, moving forward. Thank you, Dr. Robert. Thank you, Todd. Let's go to Jin next and see what he's got. Jin, any predictions for the coming year of the dragon?
Okay, well, I definitely I want to say that I was with Dr. Robert up until the heart attack thing, perhaps. I do think we are in a shifting aeon. We are moving from the Kali Yuga. I know people are probably tired of hearing this, but we are moving from the Kali Yuga into a new aeon. It is a positive aeon, but it is one that we have to actively manifest. The color is pink. So pink is never used in a negative magical fashion. Most people who've studied occultism will know this. It is a healing color. It is a color of purified desire, purified love. So if people want to manifest something positive, and it's also a magnetizing color, meaning magnetizing good things towards you, sweetening color. So people need to do their internal third-eye practices. You don't have to be a Buddhist. You don't have to be a magician. Just do whatever will work for you, and that's fine. But people need to be doing something and really working on themselves, and I'm not excluding myself from that. So that is what I will offer as something positive to do. And then also, we're definitely getting Big T back. He's definitely coming back in November. The border stuff feels very managed, feels very fake to me. Feels very globalist, if you want to say that.
Agreed.
I mean, a kingdom needs borders. That's just a metaphysical reality. I know sometimes people don't love to hear that, especially more anarchist or libertarian leaning people. But it's a metaphysical reality. If you understand how the tree works, you know that Malkuth needs a beginning and ending line. So just like that, every country needs a border. So, I don't know what's going on down there. I've heard different things. There's people I respect that tell me that the caravan videos are fake. I've heard people say the caravan videos are 10 times worse than what we're seeing. I don't really trust anything I see on Twitter, nor should anyone else. At least be skeptical. At least be skeptical of everything. So don't just no matter how trustworthy or whatever you think some video is, a lot of that stuff is manipulated. It really is. And it is a dragon year, so we'll do a little gematria. So 8. So Daniel asked me to speak a little Chinese. So in Mandarin, that's Ba. So it's or as well as Cantonese. So yeah, Ba. I couldn't think of it right away, but sorry. Yes, that's right. But in both dialects, it's 8. So that is a dragon symbol. If you are familiar with Kabbalah, it's the path of Tahuti from Hod all the way to Banah. So that's also an 8. And yeah, I mean, Chinese people definitely have a more dragon orientation, and the dragon is not evil. It's not the devil. It's not, if it's Lucifer, maybe that's an interesting interpretation for another day. But he is technology, and he is our human spark of innovation. That's really what it is. So what we're doing right now, we're doing magic. Doesn't mean that we're doing anything negative. We're just having a discussion on our magic devices that are powered with electricity on invisible airwaves with gemstones and gold and different alchemical things on a black mirror. So we are actually doing magic right now. And so that is the dragon. And so are we going to let it go take us to a place of sin, take us to a place of anti-cosmic kind of misanthropy and like hating the world, because that also, like what Dr. Robert said, that creates the world. Like if you hate the world actively, you are actively destroying the world. You are actively against God. Now, if you embrace the world and you embrace its flaws, and you know that there's more to the world, then you're kind of embracing the whole point of it. So I think people need to be more positive. Don't give in to fear. Fear is your greatest enemy. This is an occult truth as well as like I think a political truth right now. I think fear is your biggest enemy. I think the not to live in mystification. I don't know. I think it's going to be a tumultuous year. I think it's going to be a prosperous year. I think that things are not as quite as bad as the media makes it out to be. And I think there's an interesting dialectical interplay between the mass media as well as the alternative like Twitter media. I think that one side plays up the fear element and the other side plays up the like the client, like the more libtard climate change, all that stuff narrative. So there's like the two faces, but it's really one person, like a Janus kind of thing. So I don't really have any predictions other than, do your best to like. Oh, and also like I'll leave it on at this, is that the reality is like people have way more in common than they don't. Like, whatever race things, whatever gender things, like even though I think a lot of that's mostly bullshit, and it is probably mostly bullshit, but we do have way more in common, and people like need to figure out like what kind of society they want to live in. And it's not about dominating other people. It's not about like imposing your will on other people. And it's not about running to the state or running to like militias to impose onto other people what you want. You need to live that way. You need to configure yourself in a way that is conducive to the life that you want to have. So I think that look internally, tame the dragon, and prepare yourself. It's going to be fun and wild.
Awesome. Thank you, Jin. Boy, did we have Jin on the right night or what? I had no idea he was going to come on tonight. I always invite him, but he just happened to so come on for our prediction show. And what better than to have somebody that's, kind of into this astro-theology and stuff like that to come on for a prediction show. So love it. Absolutely love it. And we have one more fabulous panel member to talk to, and I think you guys know who that is. He's been waiting patiently back there, sorting his slideshow, and we are about to bring him on once again. There he is, Clint fucking Aestwood, third world assassin, researcher, rapper. He has a Jaguar. We were talking about that. He has a Jaguar, right?
Oh yeah, I'm a car connoisseur, kind of.
Yeah.
Well, for cheap.
See, if you want a Jaguar, just like Todd said, imagine buy the keychain, and that's what Clint did, and he has one.
Oh yeah, I got to meet a ex Lion quarterbacker and buy a car off him, and got a pretty good deal, even though I had to do a lot of finagling.
That's awesome. You probably bought it new.
It's low miles, 95 Jag, 60,000 miles.
That's sick.
I had to clean it a bunch, and then I had to like get the cat pee smell off it. And then I had to freaking
But what's he riding around with his cat for?
He had a whole garage full of like cats, or not really full of cats, but there was a cat in there that was taking a leak, and he had like a V12 Mercedes or BMW or something in there too, but the window was broken or something, and he was really cool. I thought he was cool.
Isn't that what like guys will do? The first thing when they get a little bit of money is to start buying cars.
Oh yeah, you could tell he bought the car, then his grandson had it and wrecked it in a little. I mean, you could tell somebody punched the hood and tried to steal the hood ornament, and like I popped the dents out of the hood, and it was from Grand Rapids, and everybody from Detroit moved to Grand Rapids, and Grand Rapids got all crazy in the last 20 years.
Could you give us the name of this player, or will that like dox you or dox him?
Oh, yeah, I probably couldn't give his name, but he was really cool. But it sucks because he was a bus driver now, and he used to be in the Lions, and it's like, what the fuck, you know? he was in the NFL, and now he's freaking like. I mean, he still has a nice house, nice car, and stuff. But
It kept working.
Yeah, I realized that I could not only show slides, but show video and show books on the thing too.
Absolutely, yeah.
So I got a
you
couple.
just go to present, and then you can load up a bunch of stuff on there.
Oh yeah, but my prediction is though that everybody is going to be, their emotions are going to be used against them. They're gonna everything's going to be emotion driven, and that it's gonna that's why we have to not use our emotions and be against civil war, and it's like because they're trying to put that into people's brains and shit, and like there really is predictive programming where like remember that Rainbow Six that was in Las Vegas? I always thought when that came out that was some kind of weird thing, and then that Vegas massacre happened, and I was just blown away and freaking thinking about that Rainbow Six game, wondering if it was some kind of like prequel notion of getting people used to the idea of urban combat, where it's like Cooper said he said he knew that they were going to the desert before they were going to the desert in the 80s with Desert Storm, because they changed all the camo before the war ever started. They all changed the desert camo, and you got to watch out for the camos. When the camos get changed, you can tell where they're gonna go. It's definitely crazy where they had changed
That's why
to
I'm
urban
so freaked
camo
out about this movie called Civil War, because I'm kind of seeing the same thing.
Oh, there's a movie?
Yeah.
Jesus.
Yeah, like I heard people talking about, or I saw people talking about this on X, formerly Twitter, so annoying. But they're saying, "Oh, Civil War," and at the same time we have this stuff going on, and I'm immediately like, "Holy shit!" Like when they start coming out with movies of stuff, that's how you know it's going to happen. And I kind of like come into things with the same mindset you were describing just now. Where now instead of just seeing things as they are, it's like I literally can't enjoy anything anymore. I don't care if it's a Disney movie. I don't care what it is. I'm constantly
like Matrix
going,
decoded.
Yes. What does this mean? What does that mean? What are they trying to tell us? Or more importantly, what are they trying to instill in us?
Well, it's like that whole. You remember that Infinity Wars comic?
Yes.
It's like they're remaking all the movies leading up to it. With the Thanos with the glove and all that shit, and freaking it's weird. The comics are weird where it's like the only time I've ever seen the word adamantium anywhere was in a Secret Society book, and that's Wolverine's metal that the skeleton's made out of. You know what I mean? Like
that is weird.
The stories are occult. Like the chick turns into the Phoenix, and she is the most powerful. And then like the psychology behind it of like
Apocalypse and the Four Horsemen.
Yeah, like that with the 90s cartoon where the mutants were outcasts from societies, like thought of as is basically like racism or like classism or some type of segregation from the common populace where they were saying these people were awakening and their symbol was an X, like it's really weird, the whole Gen X thing. Where have you ever heard of the book The Fourth the Fourth Turning? It's about generations and sequence of generations where the guy basically his thesis on the book is that the generations, every 13 generations, there's some type of major revolution of some type, and that and that we're 13 generations away from the founding fathers, and that that's what's crazy. It's the guy goes into great detail about how each generation affects the next, and he uses examples upon examples, and the book is insane. The Fourth Turning. It is absolutely crazy. The guy studied decades of these different like the lineages and the trends of the times and such. You know, he was studying culture and just seeing the pattern of every 13 generations. You know,
really
it's crazy. Yeah, I mean the whole book is insane.
A lot of people that were kind of into like this end time sort of stuff, they kind of have this common belief that during end times, when Christians start getting persecuted, and prosecuted probably too, but when they start getting persecuted and the beheadings start happening, kind of like that Gray Slate movie by that David Crowley guy that got killed, and then they framed him for killing himself and his whole family. But I'm getting off topic. I mean, like when that all starts to down on us, the only way we're going to be able to survive and make it to the end is if we get some kind of like special abilities or powers, like maybe the ability to come back to life or the ability to like move stuff with our mind. And to me, that's kind of like what the whole X-Men Apocalypse sort of connection might have sort of been about, if that makes sense.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, the occultists believe that that the initiations and stuff don't give the candidate the power, but the candidate already has the power, and that they're tricked into coming into the power through the initiation. Like Crowley writes it in his book about ceremonial magic, where he talks about the incense smell and the color of the room and the the symbols of it, and how it was like a step-by-step triggering of the candidate into like a subconscious state where they were not a witness to reality, in a way, kind of like you're daydreaming. It's like a controlled daydream where the candidate under this daydream state of mind is able to jump out of body and go into other locations, telekinesis, telepathy. They all talk about it, and they don't talk about it in a metaphorical sense, which is really weird, because I'm talking like the highest degree people, like Henry Clausen talks about telepathy and telekinesis openly. He was a 33rd.
That's something that you see, like if you talk about this to your friends down at the coffee shop, they'll say you're lunatic. Yet our own government has the remote viewing program and all this other stuff that's way less known. That's all about experimenting with psychic abilities. So did Russia and probably every other country.
Yeah, I've got one of the patents for the remote viewing in my technology slideshow folder. It's a patent to transmit the person's thoughts. I think they're like spirit reading.
I have a book that I could recommend to anybody that wants to kind of like get deeper into this stuff. It's called Penetration by Ingo Swann, and it's one of those rare books that will cost you probably like $8,000 or $800 from the bookstore. Oh, yeah. But if you get it online, like a PDF copy, you can get it for free. So that'll kind of give you an idea of what's been going on and how powerful some of these psychics were. It was said that Ingo Swann had an 80% hit rate. That's super genius. That's like Professor X.
Yeah, the intelligence agencies have top secret projects where they used psychic experts to deduct where bases were and where like missile ranges and all sorts of anything you could think of. They were using psychological or psychic spies. And I mean, it's well documented. That movie The Men That Stare at Goats?
I've heard of it. People have told me to watch it. I haven't gotten around to it yet.
Well, it's all about the military psychic program and stuff, and it's a real story about this guy. What's crazy about it is, so during 2007, when the Codex Alimentarius came out by Dr. Rima Labau, she married the guy, General Major Stubline. She married the guy who was the head of the psychic military thing. And then, she was like, get out of America, like 15 years ago. And she moved to like Peru or some shit, or Chile, I think. And it's just crazy because she married the dude from the movie, and she was loud mouthing out about the World Health Organization and the food laws that were classifying things that were byproducts of chemicals and stuff that were toxins that were being classified as mineral safe for food laws. They were using humans as filters basically to get rid of toxic waste through these food laws. I mean, to sum it up, I mean, it's crazy. It boils down to genocide and eugenics, the New World Order goals.
Yeah, that's the thing about these people. And to me, this is what kind of proves that they are either not human or they are just extremely racist. This attitude of supremacy and the fact that they are always trying to not only kill people, but if you look at the Nazis, just anybody that they deemed as inferior, people with disabilities, people with dwarfism, homosexuals, regardless of how you feel about that, that's pretty brutal to kill them. And anybody that was different, which is evil.
Yeah. Well, according to the mystery school teachings, they are the embodiment of the force of Pan and Lucifer through the initiations, and that it's like their light is darkness, and it's all the opposite. It's like the cathedrals were worshiping Pan in a way, but it wasn't really Pan, it was the alchemy, and the alchemy was to get the candidate to lead to the gnosis, and the gnosis would supposedly make the candidate be like a Neo of the Matrix, you know what I mean? Like walk through walls and all this other stuff. I mean, that's the
stuff I like.
That's the super ancient rites. I mean, Albert Pike technically even talks about it, where the candidate supposedly walks through walls, and it might have been some sort of deception.
That also reminds me of like what they say about Native American shamanism, and I think American as in the continent, like Central American, South American.
Oh, yeah.
But anyway, like the idea that the shaman becomes superhuman. Not only can he astral travel and do things like that, but he can fly. He can shapeshift into different animals. Like this is common. Like in the other parts of the world as well, through other cultures, basically they can become superhuman. And I have to wonder, like they say that UFO abductions, we'll get back to you in here soon, Clint, but like UFO abductions where they're sticking things up the nose, that might be like to poke at the brain and suppress our consciousness, or the things they put in our foods, the brainwashing. It seems to be to lower our awareness and lower our ability to discern and perhaps do more. Maybe it's, you hear about this third eye calcification stuff, pineal gland calcification from various environmental factors. That's kind of scary, because what better way can the archons, or whatever you want to call them, keep us in the box, but to actually suppress our maybe natural God-given abilities to evolve spiritually or consciously in some way. And once we do that, that puts us more on their level, and they can't dominate us the same way they always have. Let's see here. Well, I hope everybody enjoyed that. That was our prediction segment. It's something that I wanted to do because we have a great group of people on here, and I know that they all have unique perspectives on this. And also I wanted to put my own predictions out there. And also I just wanted to, like I said earlier, carry on the tradition of Coast to Coast and have a little bit of a prediction show. Once again, we are not trying to be prophets or anything of that nature. Darapolia says that they enjoyed it. Thank you very much. I love that instantaneous feedback. I love talking about magic and psychic abilities and paranormal powers and stuff like that. That's got to be one of my personal favorite topics. Everybody has their thing, Maybe it's magic. That's something that's, high on my list, or aliens. Used to be more into that. But demons, ooh, that's not a good fascination, probably. Darapolia also asks, where can I see your other podcasts? Well, you can get End of Days Radio just about anywhere. Spotify, Apple Podcasts, YouTube, BitChute, Google Play Store, Rumble. There's a live stream. Go to endofdaysradio.com. It's all just posted there on a weekly basis. You can listen to the 24/7 live stream on there. Pretty much any app or website or anything like that where you can get podcasts. People tell me that we're still on the Paranormal Radio app, which is pretty cool. In fact, I wanted to read an email that I thought was pretty cool that somebody sent in regarding the an old show from a while back. This is from a gentleman who calls himself Pretonius. He says, Daniel, thanks for your rebroadcast tonight, January 12th, 2024, of your discussion with Stanton Friedman, which I happened to tune into on the app Paranormal Radio. About Stanton, back in 1972, I became the CBS News behind-the-scenes science space specialist. I took over from Richard Hoagland, who would later popularize the face on Mars concept. Aside from my fascination with all things space, I was highly interested in the UFO mystery. In fact, somewhere there's a professional photo of me and Gary Barker, and probably with me and Dr. Frank Stranges at the 1967 first UFO Congress in New York City. Okay, that's interesting. But to the point about Stanton Friedman, the UFO topic. Early on at CBS News, I got in touch with Stanton and had him visit with me and my associate producer. Stanton laid out his very impressive credentials, and he and I made a great case for an investigative documentary about UFOs. The U.S. was currently experiencing a UFO flap, so I figured that it was a natural. But no matter whom I spoke to, I ran it up the ladder. The answer was A, curious inaction, and B, I was told that the network had just done a UFO documentary. So he's going to them, oh, we're sorry, we just did one. Oh, sorry, we're not interested. Which was news to me, so that another would be overkill. That's what they're saying. Another one would be overkill. So I checked the network's archives and I found that the UFO documentary, which in my opinion was an unjournalistic whitewash ridiculing Space Brothers or some such name, had been broadcast 7 years ago in the mid-1960s. I argued for a new and objective investigative UFO documentary, and I lost. There would be no CBS News UFO documentary. Instead, during those years, NBC News beat CBS News to the punch with, thanks to producer Ralph Blum, a rather even-handed UFO documentary right when UFO was on the tip of the tongue of almost every American. But what of Stanton? I kept on occasion journalistically in touch with him over the years. In fact, I interviewed him for a TV show that I was independently producing after CBS and NBC, and he was always deeply disturbed by the government secrecy about UFO-related facts and reports. In one of my TV productions, he flipped through page after page, etc., that he had received from the government as a result of his filing an FOIA request about UFOs. Every page had been blacked out. For Stanton, at least from official government sources, it was like Rodney Dangerfield said, I don't get any respect. But Stanton certainly received respect from elements of the science community and from those who dig into the logic and the facts and the speculations of the UFO phenomena and who ask, why not? So I was enthralled to listen to your interview with him. It brought back memories and the impetus to brilliantly and determinedly dig below and above the surface and as the film, The Thing from Another World, admonishes us to do, look to the skies, always look to the skies. We need more of Stanton's intellectual and character caliber. Rest in peace, Stanton Friedman. I thought that was touching. I wanted to read it. I'm sorry if it went kind of long, but I can't help but I can't help but to have my heart warmed a little bit by that, as somebody that brought Stanton on and interviewed him not long before he he passed, I just consider myself so incredibly lucky and grateful to be able to firsthand interview names like Stanton Friedman, one of the, or probably the most famous UFO researcher or UFO guy of all time. I am just humbled in every way about what this show has done for me in terms of touching bases with and having my cup filled by these people that come on and teach me these things. And whether there's hundreds of people that are listening or thousands or tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, I feel privileged to be able to hear this information firsthand. And I've learned so much just doing the show. It's been pretty much a form of gnosis for me. But enough about me. Let's get on with the getting on. And let's Todd wanted to be brought back on. Todd, how's it going?
It is so good. How is everyone?
Good.
How are you?
Just a little shaken up from reading that email. It just touched
Man,
my heart.
that's potent. I love that. I remember when Stanton Friedman came on. That was incredible, Daniel. That was one of your early morning shows, a little bit earlier than I'm used to. I like them on the weekends and later because I'm having a beer, around that time.
Yeah, I try to do Fridays and Saturdays, but sometimes it can, you know how life goes.
But when I did that, when you did the show with Stanton Friedman, I called in and talked to him. It's a great show.
Right.
It's a great show. I asked Stanton Friedman, I says, you've been in there so long digging into these UFOs and getting to the bottom of what's going on, because, man, he was deep as you could get, right? You never saw anybody that looked like the Illuminati. You never thought about the Illuminati behind the scenes, running the cons, the whole thing. Nope, I don't believe in the Illuminati. Nothing to do with the Illuminati. He would not. He might have been a Mason for all we know. Who knows? Who knows?
Well, anybody that was, who's deeply involved in the scientific fields or the aeronautic fields or nuclear stuff, I'd say there's a good chance they're a Freemason. And then the fact that our whole academia, the colleges and whatnot, they're all tied to secret societies, at least the what you call Ivy League schools like Harvard and
definitely
MIT.
You have that, and you have every single person like Stanton Friedman or anybody else, Bill Cooper or whoever else. They're just gaining a following or whatever, based on their information. People follow them, want to hear what they have to say, so they're just gaining a following. That's a weird lifestyle in itself, Daniel. You're not out there gaining a following, right? Going speaking at lectures and putting on a book. I have a book to sell. Nope. You're just here presenting this incredible show. Somebody that's trying to create a following.
Actually, I am working on a book.
You're working on, well, that's, you better be.
Yeah.
It's going to be the most incredible book you've ever heard.
Yes.
Or seen. And since I'm back on that letter, man, keep them coming in. Hope you keep listening. Hope you listen past the Stanton Friedman episode, because Daniel's had everybody you can name on. Anybody you can almost name.
Who hasn't died?
Many, and then has the
guests, many of our favorite guests, unfortunately, have passed.
You know why I think the future is bright? Is because the panel of guests that you have going on right now, Daniel, is the most potent regular panel on any show anywhere. Whoa, this show is hot.
It is. I mean, it's the best thing that I could imagine listening to. Everything bores me in comparison. I try to watch these movies.
And so since I'm on here, I guess I better, kind of put it out here. Oh, hold on a second. It's dinner time for my dogs. Here, Bubba's. So,
all right, Todd. Well, oh, wait, he's not done.
No, I'm not done. Okay, since I'm on here. talking about my segment of the show. I'm not quite ready to start it, so I guess I'll just give another preview. One of the reasons I haven't started
do it,
yet.
Todd. Just grab a book. Just do it.
Just grab the book. Just do it. No,
Yeah, just do
I'm not
it.
going to do it like that because I'm not going to do it like that
You're
because
putting too much pressure on yourself.
no, but we're gonna do it right when we do it. We're gonna do it when we do it right when we do it. Where's the book? The first book I'm gonna do somewhere around here. But the other thing that we have to figure out,
looks, by the way, I love those cube shelves you got. Those look killer.
oh, this shelf is so awesome. This one of my most prized possession. The other thing I'm trying to do is work out a theme song. Dr. Robert and Clint Eastwood are doing such an incredible job just telling their story, and Clint doing his slideshow thing. But I gotta step up my game, so I gotta come up with a little theme song. So I'm working on a theme.
Ooh. Spooky. Ooh, very
something like that. Something weird.
Outer limit-ish.
I told Daniel the name of my show is going to be, my segment of your show is going to be Edge of the Abyss. So I have to figure out what I'm going to do with I'm still working on that part. And then the theme part. But the book part's the most important part, not the theme song. So eventually, first show is going to be None Dare Call It Conspiracy, my first segment, for a reason. That book is one of the most influential books on the conspiracy movement. It gives you the breakdown, all that stuff you've heard about in the past, the Rockefellers, the Rothschilds, the CFR, the Trilateral Organization, and how they were influencing the world in 1970. This is the book that put the spotlight on the globalists. Before Alex Jones existed in 1970, this thing produced by Gary Allen, was one of the most influential books in the world. In this part of the world, it's rare to find. And that's the one I'm going to do because it leads to a number of other books. Lightning Over the Treasury Building, Proofs of a Conspiracy by John J. Robinson, Illuminati, Masonic books, all of them. Anthony Sutton, we're going to do books. Our segment's going to be book reviews. Anthony Sutton, he's the one that exposed Skull and Bones. Before Skull and Bones, he did this one, The Best Enemy Money Can Buy. That's one of the best books on earth. Tells you why we arm our enemies. It's all the proof. You thought we did it. You think we might have done it. Here's all the evidence, all the records that we arm all of our enemies. We arm the Russians. We arm the Germans. We arm the Al-Qaeda. This book didn't deal with Al-Qaeda because this book came out in 1985, I think. See, there's a difference. But we're going to break down books that are going to explain where we're at and why people think the thoughts that they do. We're not just going to do conspiracy books. We're going to do occult books, magic books, some of the most potent ones. Just bought these 2 copies, brand new, $39 a piece. These are going to be really good.
Is that part 1 and part 2?
Part 1 and part 2.
Ooh.
Lady Queensborough, Edith Starr Miller. Occult Theocracy, where she breaks down all the secret societies in up to 1933. Clint keeps bringing up Nesta Webster. We're going to break down Nesta Webster's books. Her 2 World Conspiracy and Secret Societies and Subversive Movements, where she talked about the French Revolution and all the Jacobins.
Yeah, those are both really intense.
We're going to go into The Secret Doctrine by Madame Blavatsky. That might take me a minute. Pardon me if in a 4-hour show I can't break down a 1,000-page book, into a 15-minute segment. Might take a few episodes. So We're going to get serious. It's going to be so fun. I'm starting with None Dare Call It Conspiracy because that's one of the most influential books. I have all of his other books after that influenced me powerfully on who the elite are. Back in the 80s, I found him when I was a teenager. This global government, before Alex Jones, there was the John Birch Society that was telling everybody about the communist threat and the globalist threat. And there was the right-wing movement of the conspiracy genre that those books come from, that tells you a lot of information. There's not just a right wing, there's a left wing too. A left wing movement that we're going to go back into and show you what they're saying and show you how there's a right and a left wing that's telling you, coming from different perspectives, not saying the exact same thing necessarily, but talking about the conspiracy from two different angles. See, so there's two angles and third angle, mid pillar. We're going to get deep on this stuff. That's why I'm not breaking down and doing it tonight, Daniels, because I got to figure out a theme song. I got to make this harp, this Russian. I got to make this Russian harp. I'll figure it out. My dogs.
Oh.
Yikes.
My dog don't like that sound. Or something. So anyway, that's coming. That's why we're not rushing to do our thing. But when we do, it's going to be incredible. Because None Dare Call It Conspiracy also brings us around to the Rothschilds. Want to get into the Rothschilds. This is a popular book, 1969, put out by them, telling you how cool they are, bragging about how they undermined Napoleon during the French, the French War, and tells you the whole Rothschild story, and they're bragging about it. I want to get on with Dr. Robert and talk about John Keel because he's going on about Charlie Manson. I have every John Keel book. I have read every John Keel book. He's famous for the Mothman prophecies, but he's probably the oldest, deepest paranormal Fortean researcher, whatever. Forteanism, they named it after him. So it's going to get good. It's going to be really good. We're going to do the secret societies, Archon Darul. We're going to do Bill Cooper's Behold a Pale Horse.
All right.
We got book reviews coming out of our ears. It's going to be incredible. And we're going to have Clint here that knows a lot about this shit to help us out with all that. So
thank you, Todd. And let us get back to Clint. Clint, did you want to continue showing some slides? Oh, he has himself muted. And he is still muted. Clint, you're going to have to hit the unmute. Still muted, buddy. I didn't mute him, did I? Nope, it says that he has muted himself. I see him talking, but he's muted. Clint, can you hear me? Can you unmute yourself?
Well, I didn't realize I was muted too.
Yeah, you were muted.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm pretty buzzed. I thought you were, but yeah, if you want to put the screen on yeah, see, this is the I mean, this is totally jumping around on subjects, but it's the moon footage video where it's you'll see the light.
Oh dang.
Yeah, and then it's proof that we don't know what they went to the moon in. You can see they're not on the moon. This video, you'll find that video like nowhere. It's a crazy video. I got this video of the you'll probably find this nowhere too. This is right after 9/11 happened. Okay, so in masonry and witchcraft, there's the circumambulation around the altar. And here in the video, you can see there's, you can't find this video on YouTube, I don't think. But you can see that they're circumambulating around the golden circle, which is an altar. And that this happened right after 9/11, and I thought it was really weird. I saved the video, I got it on my YouTube, and like it's a really weird video.
That's very strange.
Oh yeah, but then I got the Skull and Bones here. This is when the CBS put the footage out. It's showing somebody on the roof videotaping them from the roof.
This is
like,
creepy right here.
You've never seen this video?
No, I never.
Holy cow, Jesus! But they're basically they're screaming. I can't do the audio, but they're screaming something about the Pope, or one guy's dressed as the Pope, the other guy's dressed as like the devil, and the other guy's dressed as Don Quixote. See, that's the Pope one, and then they're beating him. This was done in like 92. Yeah, I can't believe you haven't seen this.
I'm just trying to figure out what the hell's going on. They're dressed.
We got so much stuff to cover.
Like beating each other like some kind of S&M shit.
Yeah, this is one of the mystery school initiations, one of the trials where they induce the hypnotic state into the candidate through violence. Like it's got another clip of the video. Like in the 80s, or in the 60s or something, somebody broke into the Skull and Bones thing, and all the silverware and dishes were all Nazi dishes. This is another one where the guy's getting beat, and they're like screaming.
Gay about this?
They're I forget what they're screaming, but they're like, it's straight up horrific screaming. It's just crazy. This guy stayed on the roof like all day, and then he took the video, and he's like, in the middle of the night, and freaking there's John Kerry claiming that I'm not a Skull and Bones. But like they're all bonesmen, like it's crazy. I mean, like freaking they're Illuminati, basically like a precursor Illuminati type school. I mean, it's one of the lower echelon of the mystery schools, the Skull and Bones, but it's symbolism.
That it's even on mainstream news at all. I've never seen anything like this on mainstream news.
No, he's drinking from a ceremonial. It's ceremonial magic. It induces a hypnotic state into the initiate, and then they are susceptible to teachings.
He's probably drinking somebody's jizz.
It's probably blood, like goat blood or something.
Yeah, one or the other. Blood or jizz. It's always one of the two.
Yeah, like see the secret societies. It's like Lincoln was surrounded by 2 hidden hand members. See?
Oh,
and then there's what's that guy? That's damn, I forget his name. Christie's, New York. But he's doing that hidden hand, Lewis and Clark, Civil War generals, hidden hand, Russian Katlov, occult publisher, hidden hand, Roman, hidden hand. I'm pretty sure looks like damn it, it's some kind of Freemason guy. I can't remember what his story is, but it's like the mystery schools go back really far. See Colin Powell, hidden hand, Rutherford Hayes, hidden hand. That's Theodore Roosevelt, I think. Yep, Teddy Roosevelt. The sign of Jabalon. Here's Karl Marx, hidden hand. Vladimir Lenin, hidden hand. Hindenburg, hidden hand. I mean, it's crazy. That's some communist dude. There's where's the names? Kirov. Yeah, I'm not familiar with those guys, but there's this is the Tex Magic by Tex Mars. This is I seen this 15 years ago. There's Napoleon.
Well, you know, he was in the secret societies because he was really obsessed with Egypt.
What, Tex Mars or
Napoleon?
Oh, Napoleon. Yeah, he definitely was. These are all just. I mean, we should probably just not talk about saying hidden hand over and over for the podcast reasons of people who can't see it. But you see, it's the hidden hand is the third oath where they swear to have their heart ripped out, and that see, there's another one, Hellfire Club. But see, the mystery schools, there's the second craft, one hand on the heart, and then the other raised in the L shape.
Also circling back to what we were talking about earlier, the Hellfire Club is in X-Men too.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Yep. Yeah. See the statues of Egypt. They're doing the hidden hand, the grip of the damn it, I forget what they call the heart thing. Billy Graham, he was a priest. He's doing the hidden hand. There's the Pat Robertson. He's doing the sign with his hand.
Some kind of heart symbol thing.
Damn it, I thought I could make it full screen. Oh wait, I gotta push the button to do that.
Let's take a small break from this. Sorry, Clint, we will get back to you in a second. I do see somebody backstage, and before he gets off, I want to see if he would like to contribute. Wait, hold on. Now we're looking at... Is that you, Al? Can you hear? Can you stop flashing your dick at us and say something? He must have put his phone down or something. I'll give him a few more seconds. There he is. Hey, there he is. Unmute yourself. Unmute yourself. Unmute yourself. Come on. I'm not hearing him. He's turned off his screen.
My bad.
There he is.
I thought you could turn that on and off too.
What's that?
There's times where you've turned me off and I was able to turn myself back on without you doing it, so I figured you could have turned me back on.
Oh yeah, I only have so much control here. The AI, the demonic AI, he does the other half.
Well, I figured because you muted me once, you can see the microphone on my channel here.
Yes, I can. I can see when you mute yourself.
Yeah, so you can see that I muted it there on your screen, right? Here,
yeah.
see, I'll mute it right. But you can see that on your screen, right?
Yep.
Yeah, I had it on mute, so I wasn't freaking talking over anybody when I came on or making noise.
Appreciate that.
So I got two scenarios about where we're at right now. Okay, we're either at the end of the 1,000 years. You don't need to do that, but anyways.
Yes,
we're either at the end of the 1,000 years of peace. God unleashed the freaking pit and freaking let him up here 100 years ago or so, and we've been having all this war and shit like that before. Tartaria was actually part of the 1,000 years of peace, and they released the demons back out of hell, give us give them that one last chance. And that's where we're at right now. God's going to take those who deserve into the fifth dimension, and those who don't get to deal with the antichrist nonsense. What do you think of that?
How do I get in the good club?
I guess you need to talk to God a lot more often than you do. Probably.
Oh, okay.
I'm always talking to God when I'm by myself. Well, I'm always by myself, so I'm always talking to God. But yeah, I think we're at the end of that 1,000 years of peace, and God released them out of the pit again, and we're going through that last trial. Then after, like I said, those who are good, we're going to be part of the Federation of Planets. That little thing that link that I put there in the comments, that was a link to the Earth Constitution. Ever heard of it?
No, is this from Starfleet?
No, there's just a new Earth Federation, Federation of Earth freaking Constitution out there now. And I do know that we've been invited into the Federation of Planets. But that's only for the good people. If you're an asshole, you get to stay on the 3D Earth and deal with all the bullshit.
That's probably me.
I don't know, you out there fucking with people?
No,
You out there taking advantage of people and ripping them off and freaking, just being an asshole towards everybody, your fellow human beings?
No, but
well, there you go.
I feel like I should be here to see the whole Antichrist thing happen. I've been building up to it for how many years?
I have been too, and I might be getting a big old disappointment on that. All right, well, let me get back into that. Okay, here's scenario number 2. Do you know that the Earth is being cleansed of all the evil motherfuckers?
I think that
I'm talking about the reptilians and little grave bastards and all the motherfuckers that have been worshiping the so-called the satanic cults and all that shit. Okay, there's been getting eradicated of all of them. So that when the Antichrist, let's just say we're still waiting for the Antichrist and all that shit. Let's just say that freaking the Earth's being cleansed of all these other evil dumbasses, so that when the Antichrist finally shows up, there's no outside influences to interfere with what he's doing, right? His part.
Yeah.
Take it all the way down to where there's only one motherfucker left that's going to be the Antichrist of all the evil bastards.
It's kind of like a Highlander.
Well, I'm a little bit familiar with that scenario. They all got to kill each other off, and the last one standing is the fucking god or king of them all or whatever.
I can dig that.
He gets like super powers at the end.
Yeah, with Jet Li.
I haven't seen those movies since the 80s. I'm one of them guys that watches the movie once and I'm good. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I watched the movie the other day. It was called A Star Is Born, and it had Lady Gaga in it.
The newer one.
Yeah.
with Bradley Cooper.
I've come to find that this movie had been made twice already in the past.
Twice? Try 4 times.
4 times?
Yeah, it was made back in the 70s with Chris Christopherson and Barbara Streisand. Then it was made back in the freaking 40s or 50s with Betty Davis and I think and somebody else.
And they had
and
one.
Then it was made back in the 30s with some other actress. That was the first one back in the 30s.
Yeah, it was. I did not enjoy it. What can I say? I don't see what the hype is about. But hey, I watched a couple other movies.
It's a chick flick, dude. It's a chick flick.
I watched this movie called The Pope's Exorcist. Have you seen that one?
No, I'm not into horror movies or things about satanic shit.
Yeah, I mean, I just,
I like the Marvel. I like the Marvel and the DC stuff.
Oh, I see. So you're probably all excited about what's coming up soon. Aquaman 2.
I've already seen it.
Was it good?
Yeah, I liked it. Well, see, I was scrolling through Facebook Reels one day and I found this video that said 5 websites the elites don't want you to know about. So I checked one of them out. It's called HDDtoday.tv. And I've been going there and I've binge watched all the newer Star Trek series, Loki. I watched all the Avengers movies last week or 2 weeks ago. I've been binge watching on it. Right now I'm on Sliders. I'm halfway through season 4 on Sliders right now.
But what about the coming year? Do you have some predictions?
Well, I saw a protest. Apparently the Palestinians are fricking with Trump now. All the Arabs are fricking with Trump now.
Oh, really?
Fucking even the Democrats, you saw the ones on the news saying that I've changed my thing to Democrat or Republican so I could vote for Nikki Haley, but I'm going to go back to Democrat. I just didn't want Trump to get in there. You saw that shit, right?
A little bit of it, I guess.
Yeah, well, here's a good one for you. Frickin' in Iowa, Biden got like 4%, and there was 2 other Democrats, or it might have been New Hampshire. Whichever one has Democrat and Republican vote at the same time.
Uh-huh.
And Biden got like 4%, and there was 2 other Democrats got more votes than him, and they still claimed him the victor.
That sounds about right. Why would anybody vote for an old pedophile?
It's not just that. Fucking, they're starting to see freaking everything's crumbling around. Their whole world's crumbling around you. That's hey, true. We're lucky though. It's worse in Canada, freaking Australia, England. They're fucked, dude.
Yeah. No, I agree. Especially around here in the Northwest, it's very well, at least in the cities anyway. It's very liberal minded, and we're the forefront of a lot of the New World Order bullshit.
Yeah, well, I hope you got a boat ready because West Coast about maybe getting it. We're gonna get something so freaking unexpected and just out of nowhere. It's gonna come out of left field, bam. It's just gonna shock the fuck out of. Nobody knows what it is except for those who are gonna be a part of it and those who have maybe Project Looking Glass. But there's something big coming. I know that. I don't know what it is, but I saw a video the other day or yesterday, something showed a bunch of gallows in front of the White House. You know what gallows are, right?
Yeah, they're like for hanging people.
Yeah.
Who
There's
are those for?
some kind of 3-story freaking multi-gallows freaking structure in front of the White House right now.
Weird.
No, during the Nuremberg trials after the World War II, they didn't just go after the Nazi military. They went after the doctors, the people in the media, the people, all the people that freaking pushed Nazism. They went after them too. Well, I was just following order. That's no excuse, motherfuckers. Well, we're getting ready to have Nuremberg 2.0. All them bastards that were pushing that vaccine crap like that. You know what Pandemic X is?
Yeah. We kind of talked about it a little bit on the last show.
It's the freaking that thing they took 2 years ago. I keep getting freaking every now and then. You know what I mean? I can code it without fucking getting you in trouble.
Well, it'd probably be best if we ended it there. Thank you, Al. That was very interesting. That kind of resonates with me. Nuremberg trials 2.0. I think that is probably going to happen. I don't know why. It just makes sense. Like, what better way to introduce a whole new world rather than publicly punish the people that were responsible for so many of our woes in the last phase, right? I definitely think that's something that a lot of us have been foretelling for a while. The fact that they will probably hold somebody accountable in order to bring in a new system, whether that's the antichrist or who knows. But at some point, they're probably going to make it seem like the good guys are winning. Let's see. Let's get back into the Clint. Sorry about that hiatus, Clint. I just wanted to touch base.
Oh, sorry. I was eating a ton of jerky really quick.
Good sustenance. I don't have any. Oh man, I'm jealous.
It's pretty good.
I have like no foods with me for
that's rough.
Yeah, I usually have some pepperoni sticks at least.
Oh yeah, those are pretty good. Make sure you don't get the MSG ones. Those things will possibly give you cancer. I think there's a conspiracy to cover up the fact that MSG causes cancer.
I would not be surprised. It has to be something, and that would make sense because it's something from the last 100 years or so.
Oh yeah, you remember that? What's that movie? The Axe Murder movie with the guy from Saturday Night Live. So I Married an Axe Murder.
Vaguely.
Well, there's a scene where the guy plays his own dad, and he's like this conspiracy Irish dude who's really old, and he's like, oh, the colonel in his chicken, he's putting a secret ingredient in the chicken to make people addicted to the chicken.
That sounds about right.
It's a pretty good movie. You have to watch it.
Yeah, they all do that. Like McDonald's has that McDonald's smell, and they just waft it like out in the air for a mile around the place.
On the movie, his mom is like reading Weekly World News, and she's like, "Oh, I've read in the news recently that blah blah blah," and he's like, "No way," and then it comes true.
Yeah, like there's a general rule that a store should never have a clock in it, because if people have a clock there, they realize how much time they're spending there, and it's been proven they spend less money if there's a clock in the room.
Yeah, just like casinos.
Yep. Or
casinos are weird.
the grocery stores will like waft that fried chicken smell out of the parking lot.
Oh yeah, I never noticed that. I mean, I noticed the smell, but I never really thought about that. They're just woofing the smell, like
Yeah,
restaurants and stuff do
they use all
sometimes.
kinds of tricks. I mean, it's got to change now because people buy online now, but
Oh yeah.
they used to do a lot of stuff like that.
Well, I think the whole online thing and the whole shipping conspiracy, where when the thingy happened 5 years ago, how the government gave Amazon all that bailout money, even though Amazon made a ton of money, but then they get a bailout. But then, see, it's like one of the goals of the Illuminati Communist Manifesto is to create world free trade, which world free trade is necessary to destroy the middle class, to, you know, because the bourgeoisie or whatever, the definition of it, even in 1966 Webster's dictionary, is the middle class. And through the art of deception by the Illuminati, the masses are led to believe that bourgeoisie or bourgeoisie or whatever, I can't remember how it's pronounced, but that the word means upper class, or the, you know, ruling class, when it means middle class. Which is, that's I mean, that's, they're controlling the masses through this religion, because communism is a religion. Its symbol is the sun, just like the Catholics, you know, just like all the other religions. Oh yeah, bourgeoisie. I was unassisted in the pronunciation. No.
I hear that word a lot nowadays. Bougie.
Oh yeah, that's because they've create through the masses, they control them through lingo. You know, it's like the slang is the alchemical meme, or part of one of the alchemical memes, just like the memes themselves, or the ideas, these clashes of ideas. But the slang that's used is heavily used to control the masses. I mean, there was the occultism in the mainstream is so prevalent. I mean, you go to, you know, that what's that really famous anime that from the 90s where he's got like a motorcycle?
Akira?
Yeah, and in one of the scenes, he slides on the bike or something and pushes his hands up, and his hand's got the tetragrammaton on the hand. And like nobody notices that, I guarantee it. And I'm pretty sure it was the tetragrammaton, but
yeah, that whole story is very deep.
Oh yeah, then like you know how mainstream certain stories go. I think it's part of the programming of the masses, where, you know, like that Batman movie where they had the trials, you know, with the Bane.
Yeah.
Yeah, that shit. That was the French Revolution. You know, except it was 20 times worse. They went county to county and were like, we need to cut 30% of the population. Zip, you know. Like, that's what they did. All the rich people. It's like all these scientists, all these there were so many different groups that they were like, oh, you're useless eaters, and then they just they made them extinct. And then, you know, that French Revolution philosophy was then brought to Germany, you know, with the but it's interesting because, okay, so the modern term left versus right, to comment on a bunch of, anytime you hear the term left versus right, nobody ever thinks of the origin, and the origin is the left in France. It comes from France, the French Revolution. The left were towards the new Illuminati goal, and the right was towards the crown that controlled, you know, because the French Revolution was an Illuminati revenge for Jacques de Molay, you know, like 400 years later. And that because the crown at the time wasn't necessarily evil, and that they were just, you know, just like Russia, where Rasputin was a Jesuit, and that he was a agent provocateur. Like, remember that Freemason quote where it said that the Illuminati was, a vile, evil thing of revolution.
Yeah.
Well, every head person in the Russian Illuminati Bolshevik revolution was Master Mason or higher in the lodge, and that the Illuminati, when it gained control of Freemasonry in America, it created the through Prussia. The King of Prussia chartered the House of the Temple of the 33rd in DC, which is it was chartered by him. I'm not sure if he was part of the Illuminati at the time, but it's like it was eventually it was definitely taken over. I mean, 100%. Maybe not all the lower ranks, but the upper echelon. It's like there is a World Congress of Freemasonry. The the tiers of it. It's not that Freemasonry is bad, but the secret societies within it. And the because there is a left hand and a right hand path in the secret societies, and that the if you read the Secret Doctrine and the Isis Unveiled, you'll find that the initiates after the 33rd degree go beyond the veil, and that the the veil is
Oh, sorry, Clint. Please hold that thought. It just occurred to me that it's like 4 hours and 15 minutes in, and it would probably be a good idea to do some last words with some of our panel. Dr. Robert, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Hey, did you want to do some plugs?
Yeah, definitely. Again, make sure you support Danny's show. And we know a lot of people don't have money, so just subscribe and try to get as many people to subscribe as you can. Let's let YouTube pay. So I think that's how it goes. I might not be correct, but I think that's how that goes. Also, I need you guys to give my girl a chance, man. ALC, man, she's doing really, really good things, man. Really good things. Like I said, she just got a book hub for some kids who wrote to her and told her they need a book hub. I mean, so far, in my opinion, the way she's maneuvering and navigating within a governmental system that's totally against her, and just focusing on and discovering like what type of like fund she can provide for her particular district and her particular city is the model that we should all demand of all our politicians, to sort of find out any way they can to get us money, to get us the things we need. Hold town halls, find out what we need, find out what our children are going through the data, sort of looking through, certain ways to cure certain things. If you want to decrease like violence or depression or suicide, I think they have government funds for that kind of shit. So just someone who kind of goes in there with that type of objective, basically. Because, like getting bills and shit passed, man, that's a clusterfuck, but like taking advantage of programs and policies that are already in place that people don't know about, that can bring a lot of funds and a lot of relief to a city, man. That's a good strategy, man, because it's producing real tangible results. So I just want you guys to keep that in mind. So give her a real good chance, man. I'm serious. Trust me. I'm vouching for her, man. I'm vouching for her. I'm putting my nuts on the line. And I hope you guys like Down the Rabbit Hole with Dr. Robert. I got something special planned. Oh, Daniel and I might be interviewing a gangster hip hop artist who's in the Pomona City Riders. That's Sugar Free's crew. And we might be able to get a surprise visit by Sugar Free at the same time. But we're going to talk Black leadership, sellouts, white validation, and the whole nine. So that'll be this coming Friday. But that's about it, man. And just support Daniel, man, as much as you can, man. Let's make this show a big thing. Because it's, it's a deprogramming. I do my best to show and teach you things and tell you stories that's going to help you deprogram. So we can get our minds back, man, and take this country back, man, and hold those responsible. Because Dr. Robert's a hanging judge. You know what I mean? Like, I'm merciless, like you heard with it's probably best to listen to Jen if you don't want any bad karma. But like I said, man, I believe in being effective. And even the Tao Te Ching says, sometimes you got to do things you don't want to do out of dire necessity. It's not that I want that to happen, but maybe we need that to happen. I do it with a heavy heart. I do it as if going to a funeral. But sometimes, man, some motherfuckers gotta go. I mean, metaphorically. But that's about it. And thank you, Daniel, man. Thank everybody.
For sure. Thank you, Dr. Robert. We will talk to you next time, buddy.
Okay. But listen to Jen, because I'll get you fucked off karmically.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Robert. And speaking of Jen, do you have anything would you like to plug?
Sure. Well, everybody can check out my own feed. I will be relaunching my show on February 2nd. Now, people might wonder why I'm saying relaunch, because I've already launched it. There are 2 episodes out. One is a kind of like an occult decode of the film Rigor Mortis, which is a Chinese vampire Taoist sorcery film. Really cool. General Lee and I kind of just like sat for 2 hours and did most of the movie, like scene by scene, decode Kabbalah, Chinese characters, Chinese numerology, Chinese magic, Buddhist stuff. Obviously, I bring in the Tantra stuff. And then I did an emergency episode on the 33rd Olympic Games and some of the symbolism there with my very good podcasting friends from the Union of Unknowns, which is a Liberty kind of community podcast. So that's also there. There will be a 3rd episode coming, and my entire Tantra series, which is over 33 hours. I'm not just saying that as a magic number. It really is like around 33 hours of Tantra compared to the Kabbalah tree of life. So if people are interested in like a more Hindu Buddhist kind of syncretic grouping with comparative mythology of Kabbalah, that is a good series for you. And thank you so much to Todd. I'm sorry, Todd. Every time that you compliment me, and you were so complimentary the last time, I totally forgot to shout you out when Daniel brought me back. So thank you so much, Todd. I really, really appreciate you. I appreciate all the work that you do on this show. I love the work. I mean, there's so much I don't know. I don't think I know it all for sure. I don't know any of this. Like the Masonic stuff is very new to me. The theosophy stuff I'm very good at, but it's like stuff I don't really like. So when you guys kind of revisit it, it's good for me because I have to kind of confront those aspects that I don't like about it. I will also say to Daniel's point about how the archons, or we'll just use that word, that they're trying to take away your potential. I definitely think that. I think you don't have to practice Vajrayana Buddhism like I do. That's just the system that I like and the system that I choose. But that does kind of give you a way to, reinitialize yourself, kind of use the practices like Dr. Robert was saying in a karmically positive direction. So you can do that. And then what else? So Threshold Saints, Spotify, and Anchor. Also, very frequently with General Lee. He was on a hiatus for the last 3 weeks, but it's coming back. We've got some big authors. We're doing an author series. We're going to have, I don't know if I should say, but some really cool, like someone who's really awesome, like I'm really excited for, major occultist, now a Buddhist. So obviously, like, in my same vibe. So, but a much more like kind of an OG, like kind of like Daniel, someone who's had a occult podcast since like 2012. So maybe that's a little spoiler. Also support Daniel, support the boys. Clint and I often have discourse, but you know what? We're like just a extended podcast family, and we all love each other, I think, at the end of the day. And support Daniel, like, subscribe, share the show. You can always find me on Twitter, Wukong Reborn, WUKONG Reborn. I love the thing about the Crowley thing, about the initiation. From the book, like how he's talking about, yes, the sense pleasures, the colors. But I disagree with Crowley there on, I think sometimes the initiation can be really powerful to confer at least the initial practice to people. So I'm not against it per se, but I know people will probably find that too occult, but that's okay. That's pretty much it. And thank you guys. Thank you, Dan, so much for inviting me. And yes, Daniel really does invite me every single time since I've been on the show. The first time he's sent me a link. It's not that I didn't want to come on. I actually feel very much at home with the four of you. But so sorry, I went on for a long time, but I'll let you guys go. And thank you so much.
Absolutely. Thank you, Jen. There's a reason I always invite you. It's because you're freaking awesome on here, man. Thanks for coming by. And we'd love for you to come on every show, just like Todd said, because
Yeah.
your perspective is very unique. And I think for a show like this, coming from your cultural background and your interests, it just adds so much flavor to the pot and a whole nother dimension of wisdom to the show. So thank you very much, Jen. And that does bring us to Todd the Bod. What is up, man? Are you ready to say some final words?
I'm ready to say some final words. And as I said, Daniel, I'm working on the
Edge of the abyss.
and
Oh yeah.
And
Oh. I think I felt that one.
Maybe something like that. I don't know. Because I'd like to do the keyboard. You have to do the gong.
Ooh.
I'm in a house now. It's like ring gong, like bang gong.
So
that would be nice. I know. That's why my books are up. The show's just going to get better because I'm going to help Daniel try to provide some interesting stuff. And, we like to do some music, Daniel. We like to fucking rock and roll, get some keyboards going. I would like to see Clint Aestwood do a rap version for the End of Days theme song. I would love that. Clint, so good. He's a killer rapper. If we get Al to make the guitars and maybe Eric do some drums, I could do backup vocals. Clint could do the rap part. Fuck, that'd be killer.
We can make a music video.
I think we need to do an End of Days radio CD, Daniel, that you sell for $5. Give to everybody that donates $5 to you of all the End of Days radio songs.
I like that.
Get Clint to do a rap song. Dr. Robert to do fucking his. Sounds like he's got some tapes. I'm highly interested in those tapes. And you know what? One of my favorite shows I listen to, Anti-War Radio. Have you ever heard Anti-War Radio, Daniel?
We can't say I have. Is that a podcast?
Yeah, it's a podcast. Scott, I can't remember his last name now. Anti-War Radio. He does a show. He's been around for years, right? He has a setup where anything anyone buys through Amazon will donate a percentage to their favorite show. You could do that, Daniel. Tell all your listeners you got to get the thing set up so that you get a portion of anything anyone buys from Amazon from here on out if they listen to your show. Let's get this show growing. Let's get this show going. Let's get some people that have all this talent. Man, we're going to start providing some pretty highly interesting shit. I'm going to get my keyboards going. Put some music together. I love what you got going here, Daniel. So I'm not going to go on long-winded. I could, but did you do a mind-blowing moment of the day?
No, we can do it right now.
You're blowing it away. Oh, mind-blowing moment of the day. You're blowing my mind.
Blowing my mind. All day. So I got a couple. I mean, the stuff about the priests versus the shamans in Canada, that's pretty badass. I didn't know about that stuff.
Shamans? What was that story?
Yeah, they're having some magical battles up there.
Who right now?
In the past.
In the past.
And then my other one, I have two today. My other one is the stuff about going through the rituals.
Who mentioned that? Who mentioned the first one?
Oh shit, I don't remember. I think it was Clint. Let's ask him.
Clint, the priest.
Clint, were you talking about the priests versus the shamans in Canada?
The what?
the priests and the shamans having little wars in Canada.
Oh, what do you mean, like the natives or the secret societies?
Yeah, were you telling us the story about that?
Kind of.
I mean, talking about Canada.
Well, there was a that was a William Cooper episode, but there's a this is part of my book, but
hold on, Clint, before you go on. I just want to say it's all on record that the all these institutions that brought in the children up in Canada, the state institutions that took care of the kids, were all run by the worst people you could possibly put in charge of these things for 100 years. And now they're admitting it. They have massive graves outside of these institutions where they took care of the kids. That's what the government does when they take care of your kids. They're paying reparations for all the children's child graves and what they did to Native Americans and people that Native, Americans that lived in Canada. And horrible.
Well, I did have another one. It was the stuff about the rituals being used to unlock powers, like with incense and colors. I mean, that's mind blowing.
Yeah, who said that?
I know that one was Clint for sure. The first one was either Clint or Jen. I apologize. I mean, I did do a little some edibles during the break. So
I was so happy to see Jen here tonight. I was so happy to see Jen here tonight because
me too.
Dr. Robert and Clint Eastwood just shine. On occasion, you and I shine, Daniel, but every time Dr. Robert and Clint Eastwood shine.
Oh yeah.
We're kind of off and on. Sometimes we're funny, sometimes
the flame
not.
Of Hermes.
We try. But those guys are hot as hell. I'm glad they're on here.
Me too.
Yeah, I'm loving this. I want to get in with Dr. Robert about, the Mothman, how he talked about John Keel was one of the first people to bring Mothman to people's consciousness. If he's got some information that's saying John Keel's part of some right-wing movement, man, I want to go into the right wing, the left wing, and break down this whole thing. Find out where these psyops are, because they were telling you the truth over here. How they know the truth? Why do they know the truth? Because they're on the right wing being funded by the CIA, big giant councils of left wing or right wing fucking groups going through
hold
time.
that thought one moment. It was Jin. He's the one that was talking about that. Credit goes to source. Sorry, Jin. He's still back there.
Oh, no problem at all. No problem at all, Daniel. It's totally fine. I was just kidding in chat, but we have quite a few stories about that, and really interesting stuff. If you look at some of the treaty chief signatories, like who they were, who their fathers were, often French, not always Jesuit, and just some really interesting stuff, and how they had blue eyes and all signed the treaties, and just it's a really interesting history, honestly, like very rich, very dense. We also had the Métis Rebellion, which was some people think it's was against the Hudson Bay Company. Some people think it was like a Illuminati, kind of like France versus the Anglo establishment.
That's like the East Trading Company, the East Trading Company from Britain.
Well, we had, that during they had the Hudson Bay, which owned the what would be the Yukon, so Treaty 8 territory, part of Saskatchewan, part of Alberta, part of Manitoba, all that far north kind of territory. So it was called Rupert's Land. Very, very interesting. Anyways, I won't get into it, but it's super fascinating. And also the history of Newfoundland and how it was owned by a corporation called the American British Canadian Corporation. And they have possibly a pyramid there. I don't know. I've never seen it, but I've heard my friend Troublemaker Jonah, he talks about that. So some really interesting stuff here for sure.
Thank you, Jim. Awesome. We will have to get into that in the future. Absolutely. Anything else, Todd?
Man, I am so glad we got Jen on here. Thank you, Jen, for showing up tonight. I'm going to get keyboards going and guitars because I finally have my own room. That's why I have we moved to Arizona. I told you about that, Daniel.
Beautiful.
And
How are
now
you
my
liking
wife,
it? The way you're describing it, you're making me want to go there.
it's blowing my mind. It's
Ah,
blowing away. Oh,
blowing my
palm
mind.
tree. You know what the temperature is here? 66 degrees today.
Ooh, that sounds comfy. But what about
Blue
summer? Is it
skies.
going to be like
In
130?
Salt Lake, we didn't even have blue skies. They chemtrailed that place so bad.
Oh,
They chemtrail this place too, but there aren't no mountains to trap it. So they have to spray 2 or 3 layers for it to come down here. I've never seen so many chemtrails. I thought they were bad in Salt Lake. Salt Lake has a valley that traps them so that it just floats down on you, the chemtrails.
yeah.
But here they have to do 3 layers because there's no mountains and it's vast skies that I have never seen like this before. And
To
and then
escape the chemtrails.
blue skies like I remember when I was a child almost. After it rains, real blue skies come back that I haven't seen in Salt Lake or Utah for 10 or 20 years. It isn't all hazy white. The actual whatever's above us comes through. But no, Danny, you got the best show going. Thank you for putting this on, buddy. And when I tell you we're going to break down these books, it's going to be the coolest thing you ever seen. I don't want to just rush it through. There's the preview of what we're going to do. Each show I'll do a fucking book, and it's going to be incredible. It's going to have a theme song at the beginning that I can't wait to put together. And man, I like what you got going on here. Get to the other incredible people going, and we'll be out here listening, Daniel. Thank you for putting this on. Donate to the show, everybody. Press like. If you like this goddamn show, press like on the YouTube thing. Help Daniel out. He's a real dude trying to do something for us all. Thanks, Daniel. Have a good night, brother.
Thank you, Todd the Bod. Wow, what a great program. It's been so much fun. Let's touch back in with Clint.
Oh yeah.
What's going on, Clint?
Yeah, if you want to make the screen visible, here I got this is a preview. Are you familiar with Scott Onslaught's work?
No.
Well, he does this. He's on the trail of the same thing Karl Monk was with the coordinate system, and that there was an ancient coordinate system that the ancient people used to, and that the current secret societies are using the coordinate system and the number. Damn it, where's a good picture? The number systems to as it's just crazy. I mean, like where's that? Yeah, right here. They have damn it, where'd that go? I lost it, but there's, I mean, it goes through it really slow where it's like the damn it, the amount of information that Scott Onslaught puts on the table about this ancient system where there was a number system designed that was based off from the measurements of the stars and the earth and stuff, and that there was an ancient latitude longitude system that was used to encode temple locations, and that technically Scott Onslaught does show this modern day temple that is in a very specific location in I can't remember if it's Secrets in Plain Sight 1 or if it's, I'm showing previews of the second one, but I don't know if you'll be able to get the second one online, but the first one is free online to watch on YouTube. This is Stonehenge right here, and showing that the when the earth is squared and then a pyramid is made, and the halfway point with the same dimensions as the pyramid of Egypt, that the tip of it goes out to the point of where the middle of the moon would be if the moon was touching the earth, and that the geometric properties, the circle and the square, are the two symbols of the compass and the square. And this is what it was. This is, people ask what Freemasonry is. It's like Scott Onslaught does this thing, and he doesn't even know that this is the mystery school teachings with the it's not a sacred geometry. It's a vast number system that was it's so advanced mathematically. Like I'm majored in math, and like I forgot most of it, but like I worked on this one of those 10 problems that were the $1 million math problems. But it's like this guy's work is on to the it's like he got a whiff of the trail that the Masons were putting on, and the Karl Monk dude, his video is all really similar to this type of stuff, but like, and then he took it full pedal to where the dimensions and the numbers are numbers in multiple religious and biblical contexts. The like 864 from Stonehenge to Salisbury Hill in feet, like all these different like a triangulation between the Pentagon and the Capitol, and 33 megalithic seconds of arc, where like all these different things all add up to this increments of 33. Like see, 1 second of Earth's rotation is 366 megalithic yards, and that this system that's being used in modern times, where like there's like a reason why there's feet used in modern times, because it's an ancient measurement, and that the the numbers of this like almost, it's not magic, but it's like it's so mathematically insane where like I mean, you could like literally watch the first plain sight video and see like just a deafening amount of distances between things, and number patterns that are encrypted into these landmarks and symbols that are everyday common things. Like, for example, the roulette having 1 through 36 equals 666, and the here it's showing ball, and that the pagan worship of the golden cow, and that but I mean, he just pulls it all together in this weird, because he includes modern day locations as well, and that there's like ley lines to where the ley lines go through certain points of the pyramid. Like, see, Heliopolis to the Great Pyramid makes a line exactly through the pyramid points, and that the pyramid is like a legend for it's like a legend template on a map, where it's all these numbers are encoded into it, and that the ley lines go across these different points. Like, see how it's going through Italy, there's it's France or Spain, or France. But like I mean, the research is so intense where like I mean, it just goes on and on and on. I mean, you really have to see the first one to get the full experience. And on top of that, he has a book as well, and that the fact that he's bringing old places together with new places, like how the Hollywood Gate is like on M66, and one of the addresses is 666, and that like, you'll watch these documentaries that Scott Onslaught makes, and you'll see the same numbers over and over in all sorts of different measurements, and like gematria and like symbology, and like
that
I
one
mean, it's
back there, a couple was real weird. That one that said like it was going across California, and it said Ishtar's Gate. What the hell?
yeah,
there?
that's
Yeah. What is that all about?
wait.
There,
Oh,
yeah, that one.
this
Yeah,
one,
that one.
yeah,
Yeah.
it's like certain points are, I mean, when you go into it, it's like certain points are so I'm not sure how. Damn it!
That's
I guess
really
I could have.
weird.
Ah, damn it! Yeah, it's all. I mean, there's so many numbers.
That's
in it.
Los
Like,
Angeles, right?
1776 is 888 plus 888. Like, I mean, it's like the founding fathers and all these secret societies are you know, that like there's that owl tower. Damn it, where'd it go? There it is. The owl tower that's like 365 feet tall or some shit. And you know, it's like encoded ancient symbolism all over
It
the
makes you
world.
realize that just everything is Illuminati.
Oh yeah, well, it's definitely the ancient magi possibly still working their hands through the through the mystery religion. Like this building, the Shard is 110,000 square meters, and then the Canada Square is 1,111 square meters, and like all it's crazy how much like the different distance between the American Express Tower and Cleopatra's Needle in New York is 333,000 inches, and like I mean it goes and it's not just some run of the muck YouTube type of video where it's, you know, just some kind of guy with, you know, no credentials. Or I mean, this guy doesn't have a college credential, but I mean when you watch it, you know, like knowing about because I already knew about the ley lines and stuff from the Karl Monk stuff, and I mean I've seen like each, it's like this system is encoded through the monuments, where here it's DC
Some kind of magic,
or this is the
talismanic magic.
Oh yeah, it's like it's really crazy. I mean, even Coral Castle is you know, I mean it goes into full just all these weird newer buildings that are they have like an occult thing behind them, and you know, like the whole the yard of the Capitol is 366 milliseconds of arc in the of latitude, 366 or my 1 millisecond, yeah. And like different just the amount of stuff in it. I mean 366 for the megalithic yard on the arc of the pentagram or 1 second. You know, it's a really unique video. Damn, where'd that 1666 one go? Oh yeah, like 666.6 yards on the observation circle of damn it, I forgot what telescope that is or whatever. 6666 yards between these points. You know, it's just crazy how like I get his book too. His book is it goes through a lot of subjects in the math, because you know the gematria subject, it's like, you know, when it hits, you know, a lot of people are bringing some really weak stuff, but this dude is by far one of the top dogs of this ley line gematria system and the number games. I call it the number games because it's like the ancients all had these religions with number games, and then, you know, being a math student, you know, they teach in math that universal language is numbers, and you know, it's like but here's to preview the Karl Monk video. It's called The Code. You know, he demonstrates that when the new longitude latitude system is applied to the Great Pyramid, you know, that you know, like these places have measurements, like this is 21,600 latitude or whatever, and like you know, in the Bible 216 is one of the names of God or whatever in the old Hebrew. You know, but he relates like Stonehenge to these ancient ceremonial places that have mathematical properties to the to the location of the site itself, and then like the number of sides and circles the location has, and like what angle it's facing. Like I mean, like this ancient system is it's called Karl Monk the Code, and it's like a 5-hour thing, but it's like here he's showing how the problem is laid out with 15 stones and then 60 all the way around. And the math of it is it leads to this pi mathematics, multiples of pi, which everybody, all the archaeologists think that ancient people were dumb, but they were operating on systems that were using
smarter than us, basically.
Oh yeah, like multiples of pi to an extreme point. I mean, like, it's just crazy. The this whole thing is like, and it's just crazy. It's like I'm not gonna give away what he says at the end because that goes really crazy. But
yeah, I mean, just the idea of pi, like that they were so into that back then, that's mind-blowing in itself.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, what's I guess I will give it away that at the end of it all this giant math thing and all this, latitude, longitude, coordinate systems of these ancient temples, and then at the end he's like, "Oh yeah, something abducted me and took me to Mars or something." And it's like, what? And then you look at the whole thing. Yeah, he's got a video. It's just crazy because it's like he does this whole thing, and then he's like, "Oh, it was given to me by this thing," and it's like, what the hell? Like, you got to be kidding me.
Yeah, I mean, but that's not an uncommon thing. Like, I mean, I know certain knowledge I've obtained. I was pushed in a certain direction by spirits or who knows, some kind of higher self maybe. And so many accounts of people learning things that are different. Some kind of angel appears to them or a god appears to them. That's pretty much how it's always been. There's always something appearing to somebody and telling them something, and then it turns into a whole new religion or belief system.
Yeah, here's that baseball thing I was trying to think of earlier. The bat's 33 ounces. The bat's 33 inches long.
Oh man, that's so weird.
314 feet, like pi, 108 stitches. the like
baseball was invented by Masons.
Oh yeah, I definitely think it was some kind of weird math game. They probably figured this. I keep forgetting to show you this one, but this is from Tex Mars Codex Magica, because we're always talking about Mormons being in the secret society, and that here's a Mormon doing the first degree thing about having their neck gashed. But like this is the Fulcanelli where see there's the cross of Henday, which I don't know if that picture's in my physical copy of the book, but it goes through the symbolism of the I think this copy might be better than my physical copy.
I'm sorry, Clint. We're like I gotta pull this off. We're going way too long. We're almost at 5 hours. I gotta wrap this up.
Yeah.
I'm sorry about that. We'll have to continue.
Oh yeah. Oh, you're good.
Can you?
I was pretty much done with what.
Say some last words, maybe some plugs.
Oh yeah. Well, I guess. Yeah, the other podcast I could plug what she does or whatever, but she does these weird stuff magazines. There's only 3 of them right now, but like
cool.
It's that Jamie Henshaw chick. It's like an occultist type viewpoint of modern technically I sourced one of the pictures out of the Harim Abiff thing in one of these magazines like a long time ago, but yeah, it's like I wanted to get into this thing about I remember how I told you that one guy sent me the thesis or whatever, and that how the thesis was about the all-seeing eye from Robert Hieronymus. But there's a part I looked through the whole thing, and there was a part where it said that this involvement of a hooded, cloaked figure that helped start America, in that
That's crazy.
yeah, like they were given the flag. 'Cause nobody knows where the flag came from, and they say that this cloaked figure gave them the flag or the seal or something, and that like I don't remember if it was the flag or the seal, but that it's so similar to the Fulcanelli story that William Cooper lays out, where Fulcanelli was this strange poor initiate, who this drunken old bastard that comes out of the woodwork and freaking busts out this ancient pure alchemy symbolism, and that the story of it is so, because it's like there's certain doorways into the occult where certain religions can have doorways into the occult, not necessarily bad occult either, but like it's like the but the alchemy subject is one of the doorways, or like any type of fringe topic will lead you to the answer of most subjects. But it's like I guess I better wrap it up here.
All leads to the same place.
Yeah, like the highest secret fraternal orders all around the world, apparently all hang out according to the mystery schools, and that they're all at work trying to make their great empire, basically, and I think a large section of it does date back to the Hashashim order, and the the what's his name, the guy that created the dome on the rock or whatever in Jerusalem, and this plan all coming into fruition. It's like, because the idea that Albert Pike and Muzzini, because it's like the letter is in books and stuff back then, and that it specifically outlines the Third World War being the two groups of of today, of modern times, which are at each other's throats, the Palestinians and the Israelis, and that the the fact that it was laid out, and that the place of dispute, which is the Saladin, the assassins ancient place, that they built, this black isn't the black cube there, or is that I can't remember if the Mecca, I can't remember if Mecca was at the same location or a different location, but I'm pretty sure that's a different location. But either way, each place was made by a high mystery school, and that Masonry is infiltrated by this mystery school through the Templars, which fled to Portugal, moved through the Alumbrados of 1400 something, and modern times, started the Jesuits and brought that to modern times, and now have their greasy fingers in every possible thing you could think of. But yeah, I guess that's about it, because I don't want to keep you up too long, I guess.
Right on, but appreciate you coming on. Fantastic as usual. Thank you for organizing those slides. Another great learning experience.
I have to get them way more organized, because they're just totally blobbed together, and the whole book report subject, I would definitely suggest getting this one, Secret Society of Psychological Warfare, William Cooper's book, Dark Side of Freemasonry, The Mushroom and the Cross, this one again, Fulcanelli, Born in Blood.
Todd's orgasming right now.
Then I want to talk about this one more sometime. The Dead Names one that talks about a real Necronomicon, because that subject is really you know, and then even like plant medicine. That's you know, there's so many subjects. I mean, here's a Freemason contract.
Oh, nice.
But I mean, there's a lot of different. But it's crazy though because like I've got so many. I don't know if you noticed about my book folder that's in the screen, but I mean it's like it's a lot of books. I mean all these books. I mean, like I've got encyclopedias of occultism and Freemasonry and witchcraft and ghosts and like all sorts of esoteric subjects. And then like damn it, that thing isn't. But then I was making a UFO folder, damn, it's not loading. UFO folder, a technology folder, which for the slideshow, which includes like HARP and a star maps folder, a Bible folder, shamanism, ancient history, which is like those ley line type locations, UFOs, the supernatural, New World Order, which is you know, basically New World Order stuff, law, and then the occult folder, which we were in, strange statues, and then pirates, that's a unique subject.
Oh yeah, I love piracy. Those are some great stories.
You know, these are all encyclopedias. Taekwondo. I've got like 10 of those.
Right on, Clint. We just hit the 5-hour mark, so I'm gonna let you go, buddy. Talk to you next
later.
time.
Watch the Carl Monk video and the Scott Onslaught Secrets in Plain Sight. It's on YouTube. You should probably put that on right when you go.
Right on. Thank you, Clint. Wow, we just did a 5-hour show. I've been trying to avoid going this long, but you know, we had a slow start because just everything was going wrong. My camera wasn't working. Our guests didn't show up, but then things started to build, and we started to get some momentum. And the next thing you know, it's as good as it ever was. As it ever was. Thank you so much, everybody, for coming by tonight. All of you guys, man, you guys are producing some gold on here. And I hope everybody's enjoying the show. And I hope that people out there that listen to the audio version of the show, I hope that you decide to swing by. I'm seeing more new faces, more new names in the chat all the time. Viewership is rising. And we will be back next week with a guest. And if the guest doesn't come by, we'll be okay, because there's a lot to talk about. And I'm always learning. Like I talked about earlier, this show has been a form of gnosis for me. It has taken me from one consciousness to the next level, just like the X-Men, like we talked about earlier. I'm going to kind of skip sports again, but I'm going to just quickly touch on some things that I just have to talk about. I know we're going past 5 hours at this point, but real quick, Super Bowl is coming up. I can't wait. I can't wait to see what goes down at the halftime show, what kind of symbolism we see being laid out. I can't wait to see if our predictions come true. And we're at war with Moscow. Do you know how many miles from Seattle to Moscow? No, but I'd love to know. I would love to know that. I'm sure it's some kind of crazy number. That is very interesting stuff. But I'm hoping to see if our prediction comes through, that it's going to come down to the 49ers and the Ravens. And we're going to find that out tomorrow. So keep your eye on those semifinals. And also, Vince McMahon, our boy, owner of the WWE, a prominent figure in many of our minds, a household name, a guy that's name is definitely part of the collective unconscious. It's been revealed that he is doing nastier stuff than we ever knew. It was already revealed that he was cheating on his wife. He had all these mistresses. He was giving them money. But the stuff that's coming out now is just a whole new level of perversion. It is just some demonic stuff. Like apparently he had all these sex toys, namely dildos, that were actually named after different wrestlers that he had employed. Now, what's going on there? What kind of psychology is behind that? I don't know. But that is some weird stuff. Like, there's always these sort of talks and rumors about Vince McMahon having a fetish for large, muscular men. And I'd say this definitely shows some leniency in that direction. And then this girl said that he pooped on her head or pooped on her face, pooped on her head. He actually took a dump on her. Okay, hold the fort. I know we're way past time, but we have a new face that just hopped on.
What's up, brother?
Smith. Hey,
how you doing?
What's going on?
Oh, not much. You're talking about the Super Bowl, so it made me want to share.
All right, what's going on? Any thoughts on the winner or halftime show, or what are your thoughts on the Super Bowl?
I was thinking more about the symbolism of it. You got the Super Bowl is going to be on Hawaii governor's birthday. We all know what just happened in Hawaii. Oprah lives in Hawaii. Hawaii governor, from there. They're born 58 days apart. It's the 58th Super Bowl. 58 days after the 58th Super Bowl is the eclipse. 585 days before the Super Bowl, the Georgia Guidestones fell. Yeah.
You really are a kind of a math whiz at this stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, my one for last year was even better. It was the 57th Super Bowl in Arizona. And Pat Tillman played for Arizona. He was born 57, or he died 57 days before Kobe, and it was the 57th Super Bowl. Pat Tillman was born on the 311th day and died on the 113th day, like the 311 disease.
Huh. What was your name?
6079 Smith W. from the book 19.
Can we just call you Smith W?
Yeah.
Smith W. And where are you calling from?
The other side of the state.
Oh, my state?
Yeah, the key to the universe lies in the 42nd state.
Oh, okay. I like that.
No, I'm just teasing. The key to the universe lies in 42. There's 42 degrees in a rainbow. It's the reign of B.O., Barack Obama. Can you tell he's in control? And he's pretty prideful, just like a rainbow. He says the Lion King is his birth video because he's the king of liars.
Huh. Yeah, the Lion King.
And lions are from a pride. And Lion King was released during Pride Month. Now take the words Pride Month, put them together. You got demon in the middle.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Where's all this coming from, in your opinion? Like, how does this stuff line up? Is this something demonic, or?
I think Satan's the Lord of this world. I really do. I take the Bible literally, and I think he's the 2 Corinthians 4:4 Lord of this world. I think they've altered the Bible through Mandela effects. They've altered all kinds of things, and I still believe in the Bible. I think you do too. I think I've seen some of your stuff. Can you correct me if I'm wrong?
No, my opinion is probably close to exactly aligned with yours. I feel like the Bible is the truth, but it has Satan's fingerprints all over it.
Yes. I mean, the number one selling, most well-known book of all time is the Bible. And it has the most Mandela effects. They want to hide God's word. So when people bring me these verses and they're like, well, what about this? I don't have an answer for your what about this. I don't know. Were you there when he laid the foundations? I wasn't. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I think it's been altered. I think it's the ministry of truth from the book 1984 working in conjunction with the Lord of this world.
I agree wholeheartedly. What do you think of this thing with the ley lines in the buildings and the temples and all that?
Yeah, they're set up on these energy centers, and like I typed in your chat, they're ley lines because when you lay down, you lie down. And shush! I got my cat there, but yeah, they're set up on these energetic centers in the world, and I think people can look back and they see the the structures and the different things that still today can't be duplicated. And it's because it's the fallen angels. 1/3 fell. Well, what do you know? What's Freemasonry? 33 1/3. It's the 1/3, and they built these things.
Very true. Well, Smith W., thank you so much for calling in. If it was earlier in the show, I would want to go much longer with you, but fantastic call and great to hear from a new voice. Todd, did you hear that? Wow,
Oh, I heard that. I love
a
Smith
new
W.
challenger has appeared.
Please come back again and join our fantastic conversation with brilliant minds. People that are well versed in some of the shit they're talking about. I love that. Man, I can't wait to get down on all these incredible magical conspiracy topics and then stay current as we always do on your show, Daniel. That's why I love your shows, because anyone's invited, everyone's here now. Now the Avengers are gathering, and it's because of you. We're going to call you Dr. X. You know, you're the lead of the University of the
Yeah, shave
X-Men.
my head like Professor X.
Incredible. You don't have to shave your head. It's already done.
Yeah,
Boom.
exactly. Nature's
Boom,
doing it
I
for
love
me.
that. No, it's so great. And Smith, call back. Sounds like a fantastic personality. But Daniel, keep this going, brother.
Hell yeah. We're just getting started, my man. We've
I
been
love
doing
this.
this for a
I
while,
love
but
this.
this
I
is
think we could. I think we should put an end of days CD together and sell that for $5.
I love it. A CD with the best
$5.
truthers. Thanks, Todd. I'd go with you longer, but hey, we're at 5 hours and 10 minutes. Clint's in the chat. He says, "Holy cow, I'm so burned out. Laugh out loud." Me too. And I've been going off of this simple green tea. No energy drink this week. I'm trying to be healthier. So far, so good. Although when I'm done with the show, I'm probably gonna make a run to Jack in the Box because I'm starving. I love you guys. You are the wind beneath my wings. Without you, there would be no End of Days Radio. There were times when I was feeling very discouraged and feeling low energy, feeling depressed. And I hadn't done a show for a while. You know, there was a few times this happened, and I was just inundated with emails and messages on social media. Daniel, where have you been? Where have you been? Where's your show? And when I hear things like that, my God, that makes me feel good. There's actually people out there that like what I'm doing, like what I'm producing, what I'm creating, what these good men on this program, good men and women on this program have been contributing. That is fantastic. And it makes me feel so good. It is the best validation, the best feel feel that you could possibly get. Skate and Destroy says, "Stay off the satanic energy drinks." I'm trying. I know it says 666 in Hebrew on the front of it or something like that. But thank you, everybody. I would go longer, but I think 5 hours and 12 minutes is way too long. And the only reason I'm able to do it is because the knowledge just keeps coming and coming, and I'm hungry for it. I know you guys are too. I know that there's people out there that listen to all 4 or 5 hours of the show, and that is truly amazing. I hope I can keep you entertained during your drive to work, or when you're at work, or when you're doing whatever you're doing, fishing, camping, taking care of the kids, driving around places. I hope that you enjoy this show in whatever form you like to listen to it. I hope that you keep listening, keep enjoying, and I hope you donate. Anything helps. $3, $5, $2, $1. Buy me a cup of coffee. I'd love a cup of coffee. Buy me the ability to keep my lights on, the servers up a little bit longer. Thank you so much for that. Thank you so much to everybody that has donated in the past. You guys make it all possible. This show is free for you, free for me. You know, we make little changes here and there, but it's still the same guy broadcasting throughout all these years. I imagine people that used to listen to this show back in the day, and then they come on here and they're like, "Man, Daniel's still doing this? He must be getting old at this point." Yeah, something like that. Something like that. But here I am, still rocking like a hurricane. No longer the young stoner that I once was. Now the old burnout that I am now. Please keep listening. Please keep donating. Please keep supporting the show. Come to the live show. Go to endofdaysradio.com. Get an updated list. Email me at danielendofdaysradio@gmail.com if you'd like to be on the show, if you'd like to recommend a guest, if you would like me to appear on your show. Been getting some hints and murmurings of that sort of thing. So always excited to collaborate, always excited to cross-promote and promote my show and upcoming works. Thank you so much, all. I'm going to thank you one more time. Thank you, everybody that has participated on panel tonight. And I'm absolutely loving it. Down the rabbit hole, Dr. Robert, getting better every week. Todd, he's going to debut his segment soon, and I'm loving the music that he's putting together. We're going to work on getting some theme music for Dr. Robert as well. And, of course, Clint motherfrickin' Aestwood, brilliant mind, one of the best researchers that has ever come on this program. And he's come on multiple times and shared many deep Illuminati secrets with us. And I can't wait to hear from him even more. I will see you guys next week. We'll try to keep it under the 4-hour and 20-minute mark, but no promises. I'm crazy. I'll see you guys next time. Have a good night. Have a good night. Signing out from those itty-gritty broken ruins here in the heart of the Hellmouth. Daniel signing out.